The first shot echoed through the Hillsville courthouse like a clap of thunder, and then the world went mad. In less than 90 seconds, a judge, a sheriff, and a Commonwealth's attorney lay dead on the blood-slick floor, victims of a furious volley of gunfire. The newspapers across the nation screamed of a savage mountain clan, an insurrection against civilization itself. But for the people who lived and breathed the thin, cold air of the Blue Ridge Mountains, they knew the truth was far more complicated. What pushes a man to declare war on the law in the very temple of justice? Today, we separate the legends from the facts to uncover the story of the Allen clan and the epic manhunt that tore a community apart. Before the gun smoke and the blood, there was the land. Carroll County, Virginia, was a world unto itself, a kingdom of mist-shrouded ridges and deep, shadowed hollows carved by creeks 1,000 years old. The Blue Ridge Mountains weren't just a backdrop here, they were a living presence that shaped the people, instilling in them a fierce independence and a profound distrust of the flatlands below. In this isolated world, a man's worth was measured by the land he owned, the family he raised, and the honor he was willing to defend with his life. The seasons, not the clock in a distant capital, dictated the rhythm of life. At the center of this world stood Floyd Allen. He was a man built of the same hard rock as the mountains themselves, a patriarch in the truest sense. He wasn't some poor dirt farmer. He was a wealthy businessman, a landowner with vast tracts of timber and a former county supervisor. His word was law in the hollows. To his friends and family, he was generous and loyal to a fault. To his enemies, his temper was a force of nature, as sudden and violent as a summer thunderstorm. He saw himself not as a citizen subject to the law, but as the source of law in his domain. If Floyd was the fire of the Allen clan, his younger brother Sidner was the ice. Where Floyd was impulsive and hot-blooded, Sidner was cool, intelligent, and calculating. He too was a man of considerable wealth, but he showed his ambition in a different way. Just a few years before the tragedy, Sidner had completed a magnificent new home, the finest in the county. It was a testament to his success, a symbol of permanence and legacy, built with the finest wood and stone. It was a castle for his own dynasty, a place where he expected to live out his days in peace and prosperity. The Allens were not outlaws hiding in the shadows. They were the power in these hills. They were a sprawling, interconnected web of cousins, nephews, and in-laws, bound by blood and a shared code. They were respected, and they were feared. Their influence reached into local politics, business, and law enforcement. To cross one Allen was to cross them all, and everyone in Carroll County understood that simple, unshakable fact. They had built a world that answered to them and them alone. In these mountains, there were two kinds of law. There was the law written in books, administered by judges and lawyers from towns who didn't understand the ways of the high country. Then there was the unwritten law of the mountains, the code of honor. This code said that family was absolute, that an insult could not go unanswered, and that a man had the right to settle his own disputes. To be arrested and dragged before a judge for defending your kin was more than a legal problem. It was a profound public humiliation. It was an attack on your name and your very manhood. But the outside world was beginning to press in, its tendrils reaching up the mountain roads. Telegraph wires hummed with messages from a central government, and railroad surveyors planned routes that would cut through the heart of the old territories. A new kind of law was coming with them, an impersonal, unbending law that had no respect for a man's reputation or the weight of his name. Little did the Allens know, this encroaching world was about to put their code, their power, and their very lives on trial. And when those two worlds finally collided, they would not bend, they would shatter. The Allens didn't just live on the land, they were born of it. Their roots in Carroll County ran as deep as the ancient oaks. Generations before, their Scots-Irish ancestors had pushed into this unforgiving wilderness, looking not for easy living, but for a place where they would be beholden to no king and no landlord. They carved their existence out of the rocky soil, and their claim was sealed not just by deeds, but by the sweat, blood, and bones of their kin who were buried in it. This land was a heavy inheritance, a reminder that they had built their world from nothing, and they would bow to no outside authority that tried to take it away. This deep-seated distrust of distant power was a wound that had never truly healed since the Civil War. The mountains had been a house divided, a place where loyalty to Richmond or Washington could get a man killed by his own cousin. The war left behind a bitter legacy, a deep-seated suspicion that the laws passed in far-off capitals were designed to control and suppress the mountain people, not to protect them. For men like the Allens, the arrival of a state-appointed judge and a Commonwealth's attorney felt less like the administration of justice and more like the arrival of a garrison in occupied territory. In Carroll County, a family name was everything. It was a history, a code, and a burden. To be an Allen was to understand that you were part of something larger than yourself. It meant you never showed weakness, you never backed down from a fight, and you settled your own accounts. The name was a shield for those who bore it and a clear warning to those who might cross them. It carried with it the unspoken duty to uphold the family's honor and dominance, a duty that fell most heavily on the patriarch, Floyd Allen. So when Floyd Allen stood in that courtroom, he wasn't just one man facing a year in prison. He was the living embodiment of generations of clan history. He was defending more than his own freedom. He was defending his family's name and the very principle that an Allen did not submit. The courtroom wasn't just a room. It was a battlefield where the old ways were clashing with the new. Judge Massey represented the cold, impersonal law of the state, but Floyd Allen represented the hot-blooded, unwritten law of the mountains, a law that had been the final word in these hills for over a century. In the weeks leading up to Floyd Allen's trial, Carroll County was holding its breath. This wasn't just about one man's freedom, it was a reckoning. In the general stores, in the churches, and in the dark corners of saloons, the lines were being drawn. To speak in favor of the court was to risk the wrath of the Allen clan. To defend the Allens was to mark yourself as an enemy of the state's progress. Families who had been neighbors for generations suddenly looked at each other with suspicion. The air grew thick with a poison that had been seeping into the soil for years. This wasn't the first time the Allens had clashed with the law. There were stories, old fistfights at county fairs that were settled with a handshake instead of a warrant, disputed land claims where an Allen's fence post mysteriously moved overnight, and business deals where the other party always seemed to get the short end of the stick. More recently, there had been a simmering feud between Floyd and Sheriff Lewis Webb. Webb was a man determined to prove that no one was above the law, and he had made a point of arresting men connected to the Allens for minor infractions. Each arrest was a small poke at the bear, a test of power that Floyd saw as a direct personal challenge to his authority. Whispers spread through the hollows like wildfire in a dry season. People said Floyd Allen had sworn an oath that he would never spend a single night in a penitentiary cell. Others claimed that Judge Massey had been warned not to even come to Hillsville, that the Allens had already passed their own sentence on him. Rumors flew that Allen men were buying up every box of cartridges they could find, and that friends of the family were quietly making their way toward the county seat, their rifles cleaned and ready. Whether these rumors were true or not didn't matter. They created an atmosphere of inevitable violence. The trial became less about the law and more about a final, decisive confrontation. Everyone in the county, from the lowest tenant farmer to the wealthiest merchant, felt it coming. They knew that the feud between the old mountain code and the new state law was about to be settled, and it would be settled not with gavels and law books, but with lead and blood. In the mountains, people listened to the whispers of the woods, and in the weeks before the trial, the woods were sending out warnings. Old-timers later swore that the winter of 1912 felt different, holding on with a bitter, unnatural cold. On the high ridges, Hunters claimed to hear a sound that hadn't been heard in decades, the chilling, woman-like scream of a painter, a mountain lion. To the mountain folk, it was a terrible omen, a cry from the land itself that blood was about to be spilled on its soil. It was as if nature was already mourning for the men who were about to die. The human omen arrived in Hillsville with polished shoes and leather briefcases. Judge Thornton Massey and Commonwealth's attorney William Foster were not mountain men. They were agents of a distant government, men who saw the world in the black and white text of law books. They walked into Carroll County with the confidence of men who believed they held all the power, that their authority was absolute and backed by the full might of the state. They could not understand that in these hills they were the outsiders. They were the foreign body that the clan, like a feverish immune system, was preparing to violently reject. On the morning of March 14th, a heavy stillness settled over the town of Hillsville. Sheriff Lewis Webb felt it in his bones. He was a local man, caught between the two great forces. He knew Floyd Allen, and he knew the unbending pride that coursed through the veins of that family. As he strapped on his pistol that morning, he wasn't just preparing for a day in court. He was preparing for a war. He could see the hard, unblinking eyes of the Allen clan members gathering on the courthouse steps. The air was thick and electric, like the dead calm before a lightning strike. Every man in that town knew that something terrible was about to happen. They were just waiting for the first drop of rain or the first flash of fire. The courtroom in Hillsville on March 14th, 1912, was a powder keg waiting for a spark. The air was thick with the scent of wet wool, chewing tobacco, and raw fear. On the bench, Thornton Massey, his face a grim mask of authority. Standing ready was Sheriff Lewis Webb, his hand hovering near the butt of his revolver, and scattered throughout the room, in the gallery and among the benches, were the Allens. They weren't there as spectators. They were there as soldiers, their eyes cold and watchful, their coats hanging heavy with the weight of concealed pistols. The jury filed back in, their faces pale. The foreman refused to look at Floyd Allen as he read the verdict. Guilty. A low murmur rippled through the crowd, a sound like a distant rock slide. Then came the sentence: 1 year in the state penitentiary. For a man like Floyd Allen, a patriarch who had ruled his corner of the world with an iron will, this was an unimaginable disgrace. It wasn't the loss of a year of freedom. It was the public destruction of his honor, a declaration that his power meant nothing here. In that moment, something inside Floyd Allen broke. He rose slowly to his feet, his wounded pride radiating from him like heat. He looked not at the judge, but at the men of the court, the men of his county. And then he spoke the words that would ignite a war, a sentence that would be carved into the memory of those mountains forever. "Gentlemen," he said, his voice calm but edged with steel, "I ain't a-goin'." It was a declaration of independence. It was a final, absolute rejection of the court's authority. Judge Massey, stunned by the defiance, quickly ordered the sheriff, "Get your man." As Sheriff Webb took a step forward, the world seemed to slow down. Hands went to guns. Every man in that room held his breath, balanced on the knife's edge between law and anarchy. And then it happened. A single deafening crack of a pistol shot shattered the silence. To this day, no one knows for sure who fired it. Was it Floyd Allen making good on his promise? Was it Sheriff Webb trying to enforce the judge's order? Or was it Floyd's son, Claude, firing from the gallery to protect his father? It doesn't matter. That first drop of blood was all it took. In that instant, the trial of Floyd Allen was over, and the war of the Allen clan had begun. The courtroom was no longer a place of law. It had become an execution ground. That first gunshot did not begin a duel. It detonated the world. The courtroom erupted into a volcano of sound and fury. It was not a chaotic panic. It was a coordinated, devastating volley. From the gallery, from behind benches, from the doorways, the Allens unleashed a storm of lead. The sharp cracks of pistols blended into a single continuous roar, a deafening thunder that shook the very foundations of the building and the law it represented. Through the eyes of a terrified witness huddled on the floor, the scene was a nightmare of flickering shadows and brilliant flashes of fire. Judge Thornton Massey was slammed back into his high-backed chair as if struck by an invisible fist. For a moment he sat upright, his face a mask of shock, before sliding silently from the bench. His gavel clattered onto the wooden planks, the last sound of order in a world now ruled by chaos. The symbol of the law was the first to fall. Sheriff Lewis Webb, caught in the open as he moved toward Floyd, never had a chance to draw his weapon. He crumpled to the floor, his life extinguished in an instant. Commonwealth's attorney William Foster staggered back, a look of disbelief on his face, before collapsing amongst the very law books and papers he had used to condemn Floyd Allen. Men who had moments before been arguing points of law were now diving for their lives under tables and behind railings. The air grew thick and heavy with gun smoke, so dense it choked the lungs and burned the eyes. The constant splintering of wood and shattering of glass was punctuated by the screams of the wounded and the terrified. Augustus Fowler, a juror who had simply done his civic duty, was caught in the crossfire and fell, a random victim in a war he had no part in. For 90 seconds, the Hillsville courthouse was the heart of a maelstrom, a place where the only authority was the muzzle of a gun. And then, as suddenly as it began, it was over. A deafening silence fell over the room, broken only by the groans of the wounded and the soft flutter of legal papers drifting down through the hazy, acrid air. When the smoke began to clear, the walls and the judge's bench were pockmarked with dozens of dark, ugly holes, silent witnesses to the carnage. The law of the state had been tried, judged, and executed in its own sanctuary. Through the haze, the surviving Allens moved with a chilling purpose. They were not panicked. They were a clan of soldiers retrieving their wounded leader. They scooped up the bleeding Floyd Allen, and before anyone could fully comprehend what had just happened, they were gone. They melted out of the courthouse and vanished into the misty streets of Hillsville, leaving behind a scene of unimaginable slaughter. The war had been declared, the first battle had been won, and the Allens were now retreating into the mountains that would become both their fortress and their prison. To understand what happened in that courtroom, you have to try, just for a moment, to look at the world through Floyd Allen's eyes. In his mind, he was not the criminal. He was the victim of a conspiracy. These men, Judge Massey, Attorney Foster, they were outsiders, invaders who had come into his territory, his kingdom, to strip him of his authority and his honor. The trial wasn't a search for truth. It was a public ritual of humiliation designed to break him and, through him, the power of the Allen clan forever. When the jury foreman spoke the word guilty, it wasn't just a verdict. It was the deepest possible insult. When the judge pronounced the sentence of 1 year in a cage, it was a death sentence for Floyd's pride. In that moment, the switch flipped. The courtroom was no longer a place of law. It became a battlefield. The judge was not an arbiter of justice. He was the enemy commander who had just ordered his execution. The sheriff was not an officer of the court. He was the enemy soldier sent to capture him. The primal, unwritten law of the mountains, the law of survival and violent defense of one's own, instantly overrode the written law of the state. There was no room for hesitation. The moment the attack on his honor became a physical threat, the moment Sheriff Webb moved to lay hands on him, the time for words was over. For the Allens, this was self-defense. They were not murdering men. They were eliminating threats. In the cold calculus of clan survival, a judge who would cage their patriarch was an existential danger that had to be neutralized. The volley of gunfire was not an act of chaotic rage. It was the brutal, logical conclusion of their code. It was a preemptive strike to prevent the destruction of their world. As they carried their wounded leader from the smoking, blood-soaked courthouse, there was likely no remorse. There was no triumph. There was only the grim, chilling satisfaction of having met a mortal threat with overwhelming force. They had done what they had to do. They had defended their king and the honor of the clan. In their minds, they weren't fugitives fleeing justice. They were soldiers, retreating from a victorious battle, heading for the high ground to prepare for the long, bloody war that they knew was coming. When the last gunshot faded, the silence it left behind was more terrifying than the noise. It was a heavy, sacred silence, the kind that falls over a fresh grave. In the courtroom, the survivors lay frozen on the floor, the ringing in their ears slowly giving way to the soft, wet sound of dripping blood. The air was a choking fog of gun smoke, and through the haze, the afternoon sun cast long, dusty rays that illuminated a scene from hell. Overturned benches, scattered legal papers stained crimson, and the still forms of men who, minutes earlier, had represented the full authority of the Commonwealth of Virginia. Slowly, the bravest of the townsfolk crept toward the courthouse doors. They peered into the smoky darkness, and a wave of collective shock and horror rippled through them. The news spread not like a rumor, but like a physical blow, striking the heart of Hillsville and knocking the breath out of it. The courthouse, the very symbol of order and civilization in their small world, had been desecrated. It was no longer a hall of justice. It was a slaughterhouse, a tomb for the law itself. The telegraph key began to chatter frantically, tapping out a message of carnage that sent a shockwave across the state and the nation. This was not just a backwoods murder. This was an open insurrection. The governor of Virginia, William Hodges Mann, declared it a direct outrage upon the civilization of the state. He vowed that this act of rebellion would be met with the full, crushing force of the government. The honor of Virginia was at stake, and it would be redeemed in blood if necessary. An immediate and furious manhunt began. Local posses were hastily formed, filled with men fueled by a mixture of civic duty, outrage, and a lust for the staggering reward money that was immediately offered. They were armed, angry, and determined, but they were local men plunging into a wilderness that the Allens knew intimately. As the first groups of riders galloped out of town, they were heading not just into the mountains, but into the Allens world, where every ridge could hide a rifleman and every neighbor could be a spy. But while Hillsville was a whirlwind of chaos and the state was mobilizing for war, the Allens were already gone. They had moved with the swift, silent efficiency of ghosts. They had treated Floyd's wounds, gathered their forces, and melted into the labyrinth of misty hollows and dense forests they called home. The mountains had swallowed them whole. As the first posses nervously picked their way up the muddy tracks into the high country, they were hunting shadows. The Allens had won the battle, and now, on their own turf, they prepared for the siege. The Carroll County Courthouse massacre didn't unite the community in grief. It ripped it in two. A fault line cracked open, running through families, churches, and friendships that had stood for generations. In the days that followed, the general store became a silent theater of suspicion. Men who had known each other since boyhood would now only nod curtly, their eyes avoiding contact. A word spoken in defense of the slain judge could be seen as a betrayal of your own mountain people, while a word of sympathy for the Allens could mark you as an enemy of the state. Every conversation was a minefield, and silence became the safest language. A wall of silence, as dense and impenetrable as the mountain laurel, rose up to protect the fugitives. It was a wall built of two things: fear and kinship. The fear was simple and immediate. The Allen clan was vast, and their reach extended into every hollow. To be seen talking to a lawman could mean a burned barn, a dead milk cow, or worse. The posses might be in town today, but the Allens would be your neighbors forever. This fear was a cold, hard fact of life that every mountain family understood. But it was more than just fear. For many, the Allens were not monsters. They were their own. They were men who had stood up against an arrogant outside law that sought to humiliate one of their patriarchs. The heavy-handed tactics of the first posses only deepened this resentment. When lawmen from the flatlands began kicking in doors and treating every mountain family as a potential conspirator, they weren't winning hearts and minds. They were proving the Allen's point. They were an occupying army, and many locals chose to side with their own, even if they were now branded as outlaws. This division wasn't abstract. It was written in small, secret acts of courage and cowardice. A cousin of the Allens would find a sack of cornmeal and salted pork left on a stump deep in the woods, a silent offering from a neighbor who dared not show their face. A farmer whose land bordered an escape route would see tracks in the mud and say nothing. At the same time, another man would look a deputy straight in the eye and swear on a Bible that he had been with one of the Allen boys miles away from the courthouse on the very afternoon of the shooting. These were not just lies. They were oaths of allegiance to the unwritten code of the mountains, a code that was now at open war with the laws of Virginia. The local posses were doomed from the start. They were good men, but they were hunting legends in a landscape that belonged to the legends. For weeks, they crashed through the underbrush, chasing rumors and echoes. The Allens were always one step ahead, phantoms in the mist. A warm campfire found abandoned, a footprint in the mud leading to a rushing creek. It was like hunting ghosts who knew every secret path, every hidden cave, and every sympathetic ear in 100 square miles. The great manhunt was becoming a great embarrassment, and the honor of Virginia was bleeding away with every passing day. Frustrated and furious, the state unleashed a new kind of predator on the Blue Ridge Mountains. They called in the Baldwin-Felts Detective Agency, the infamous Pinkertons of the South. These were not local lawmen. They were cold-eyed professionals, manhunters for hire, known for their ruthless efficiency in the bloody coalfield wars. They arrived in Hillsville on a special train, clad in city clothes but carrying the deadliest weapons of the age, Winchester repeating rifles and semi-automatic pistols. They brought with them a cold, corporate style of violence, and they saw the mountains not as a home, but as a hostile grid to be systematically swept and cleared. With the Baldwin-Felts agents in charge, the hunt became a brutal, grinding war of attrition. The dragnet tightened. Teams of detectives leading packs of baying bloodhounds pushed deep into the hollows. They moved with a chilling purpose, raiding farmhouses in the dead of night, kicking down doors and dragging men from their beds for interrogation. They cared nothing for the mountain code of conduct. To them, every silent farmer was a potential conspirator, every cabin a potential hideout. The mountains fought back against them. Sudden downpours washed away scents, confusing the dogs. The treacherous terrain lamed their horses and broke the axles of their wagons. The silent, watchful eyes of the mountain people followed their every move, and the forest itself seemed to conspire to hide its fugitive sons. The first major breakthrough came not from brilliant detective work, but from exhaustion and a tip-off. Floyd Allen, wounded and weakened, had been holed up in a cabin, his body too broken to continue the flight. A posse, led by the relentless detectives, surrounded the house at dawn. There was no final gun battle. Floyd, feverish and in pain, knew the game was up. He surrendered. The fiery patriarch finally captured. His personal war brought to an inglorious end. His son Claude was captured soon after. The state had its prize, the man who had declared, "I ain't a-goin'." But as the detectives celebrated their victory, a chilling realization began to dawn on them. They had the lion, but the foxes had gotten away. The local posses had nabbed a few smaller members of the clan in the initial chaos. Now the Baldwin-Felts men had the leader. But Sidney Allen, the cool-headed strategist, and his fiercely loyal nephew Wesley Edwards, the men many believed were the true masterminds of the courtroom escape, were nowhere to be found. The massive, expensive, and brutal hunt that had terrorized an entire county had failed in its most crucial objective. The shadows of the Blue Ridge had been searched, but the cleverest of the fugitives had simply vanished, as if the earth had opened up and swallowed them whole. The trial of Floyd and Claude Allen could never have been held in Hillsville. The ghost of Judge Massey still haunted that blood-stained room, and the town was a tinderbox of raw nerves and divided loyalties. Instead, the proceedings were moved to Wytheville, and the trial began under the watch of armed militia. Sharpshooters were posted on the courthouse roof, their rifles glinting in the sun. Inside, every spectator was searched for weapons. This was not a simple trial. It was a show of force, a demonstration by the state that its authority, once shattered, had been restored with steel and gunpowder. Floyd Allen was carried into the courtroom each day, a wounded lion in a cage. His body was broken, but his eyes still burned with the same defiant fire that had lit the fuse of the massacre. He showed no remorse, no fear. He sat there as a captured king, listening to the legal arguments of a system he had never recognized as his own. Beside him, his son Claude was a study in stoic loyalty, his face a hard mask, ready to share his father's fate. They were not begging for mercy. They were facing the consequences of their war, their silence a final act of defiance. The trial itself was a theater of conflicting truths. The prosecution, backed by the full power of the state, painted the Allens as savage anarchists, a clan of killers who had declared war on civilization. Their lawyers, in turn, fought back fiercely, arguing that the first shot had come from Sheriff Webb, that the Allens had been caught in a trap and had only fired to defend their patriarch's life. Witnesses took the stand, their hands trembling, their testimony often shifting like shadows depending on which lawyer was asking the questions. The truth of those 90 seconds was buried under an avalanche of fear, loyalty, and intimidation. But in the end, the outcome was never truly in doubt. The state needed a conviction. It needed to prove that its laws were supreme. The jury, after deliberating under immense pressure, returned with the inevitable verdict: guilty. Guilty of murder in the first degree. As the foreman spoke the words, a heavy silence fell over the packed courtroom. Floyd and Claude Allen received the news without flinching. They had gambled everything on their code, and they had lost. The sentence was death. Not by the rope, the old way of the mountains, but by the new, clean terror of the electric chair. It was the final, modern symbol of the state's power. But as the verdict was celebrated in the state capitol, a deep and troubling question hung in the mountain air. Was this justice for the men who died in the courthouse? Or was it a calculated act of state vengeance, an execution designed to break the spirit of the mountains and make a terrifying example of the Allen clan? Was the state simply answering one massacre with another, more methodical one? The law of men had won its victory, but many felt it was a victory that left the scales of true justice unbalanced. The state of Virginia was not content with a verdict. It required a final, undeniable demonstration of its power. On a cold spring morning in 1913, Floyd and Claude Allen were led from their cells. They walked to the electric chair not as broken criminals begging for mercy, but as defeated soldiers facing a firing squad. They met their end with the same stoic defiance they had shown in the courtroom. With the pull of a switch, the fire of the Allen clan's rebellion was brutally and officially extinguished. The state had made its point. The old code of the mountains was dead, and this was its public execution. But while the state was executing its prisoners, two ghosts still haunted the law. Sidney Allen and Wesley Edwards had vanished. The great manhunt had failed. For 6 months, they were whispers in the wind, their escape feeding the growing legend of the clan's cunning. But they weren't in the mountains. They had slipped through the net and made their way hundreds of miles west to Des Moines, Iowa. Shaving their mustaches and taking on new names, they lived a quiet life, working as carpenters. Their fatal mistake was not a slip of the tongue, but a longing for home. A letter, forwarded from a relative, was traced by a patient postal inspector. There was no grand shootout. On a quiet September morning, Baldwin Felts detectives and local police burst into their rented house and captured the two most wanted men in Virginia without a single shot fired. Their trial was a foregone conclusion. With Floyd and Claude already executed, the public's thirst for vengeance was largely slaked. Sidney Allen and Wesley Edwards were spared the electric chair, but were sentenced to long, hard years in the state penitentiary, a living death in a stone cage. They were sent away, and the state of Virginia closed the book on the Carroll County massacre. The Allens were finally, completely broken. And here, my friends, the story takes its final, tragic turn. In prison, Sidney Allen, the cool-headed strategist, became a model prisoner. The fire that had fueled the feud seemed to have been quenched, replaced by a quiet, weary resignation. Years turned into a decade, and his health began to fail. In 1926, the governor, seeing a broken old man, granted him a pardon. Sidney Allen returned to Carroll County a free man, but he came back a ghost. He returned not to his magnificent home, which stood as a monument to a life that no longer existed, but as a shadow of his former self. He had outlived his world. 1 year later, Sidney Allen died, his freedom a brief, bitter epilogue to a life of power and ruin. With the leaders of the clan dead or in chains, a heavy, deliberate silence settled over Carroll County. The story of the courthouse massacre was not something to be discussed. It was a wound too deep, a memory too divisive. People had to go on living together, had to trade at the same stores and attend the same churches. And so, the story was buried. It was locked away in the attic of the community's memory, an unspoken horror that everyone knew was there, but no one dared to mention. They tried to move on, to plow over the blood-soaked ground and plant anew, but some scars are too deep to ever truly fade. And what is left of this epic war today, more than a century later? The names are still there. Drive the winding roads of Carroll County, and you will still find the names Allen, Webb, and Edwards on mailboxes. The descendants of the clan and their victims still walk the same land. For them, it is a heavy inheritance, a legacy of both fierce pride and terrible violence. The story isn't told with the old fire anymore. It is a quiet history, a family secret shared in hushed tones, a reminder of a time when the blood ran hot and the law of the mountains met the law of the state in a fatal collision. If you go to Hillsville today, you won't find the old courthouse. It was torn down decades ago, and a new one stands in its place, a symbol of a more orderly world. The 57 bullet holes that scarred its walls exist now only in photographs and memory, the physical wounds of that day finally erased. But drive a few miles out of town, and you will find it. Sidney Allen's magnificent house still stands. It is a private home now, but it remains a silent, brooding monument to the ambition of a fallen dynasty. Its sturdy walls and grand design, a testament to a future that was burned away in a few minutes of gunfire. In the local cemetery, the final chapter is written in stone. Here, the feud is over. The combatants lie in a final silent truce under the shade of ancient trees. Floyd and Claude Allen lie not far from the men they were convicted of killing. The simple dates carved on their tombstones give no hint of the 90 seconds of chaos that forever bound their fates together. Here, they are all equal, their passions cooled, their war finally over. The people of Carroll County tried to bury the story, to let the grass grow over the scars. But the mountains don't forget. They were here long before the Allens arrived, and they will be here long after the last stone on their graves has crumbled to dust. The wind that whispers through the pines on the Blue Ridge still carries the echo of those gunshots. The dark hollows where Sidney and Wesley hid still hold the memory of their flight. The land itself is the final witness, the keeper of a story that is now part of the very soul of this place. So we return to the question that echoed from that bloody courtroom. What pushes a man to declare war on the law in its own temple? After walking through the smoke and shadows of this story, we can see the answer is not a simple one. The slaughter in Hillsville wasn't just the act of a cornered criminal, it was the last, desperate roar of a dying world. Floyd Allen saw himself not as a lawbreaker, but as a sovereign king in his own land, and the court's verdict was an invasion, a declaration of war against his entire way of life. The gunshots were the death rattle of an unwritten code of honor that had ruled those mountains for 150 years. This is a story about the brutal collision of two Americas. It is a story of family loyalty pushed to its most violent and tragic extreme. It is a story of pride so fierce it would rather die in a blaze of gunfire than bend its knee to a foreign power, even if that power was the government of its own state. There were no simple heroes here. There were proud, violent men who met their fate, and a new, organized form of power that meted out its own cold and methodical form of violence in return. The manhunt for the Allen clan became a legend, a defining myth of Appalachia's transition into the modern world. It is a harsh and brutal lesson that reminds us that progress is often not a peaceful parade, but a bloody, painful conquest. The world of the Allens is gone now, buried in the past, but its memory lingers. It serves as a stark reminder of a time when the mountains bred a different kind of man, and when justice was not a matter of law books, but of blood. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. They say that on the 4th of July, the road up Cherry Mountain was choked with a pilgrimage of the thirsty and the defiant. Thousands of people, judges and outlaws, preachers and laborers, climbed that steep North Carolina slope, drawn by a single promise. At the summit, a stout, smiling man named Amos Owens stood beside barrels of a legendary ruby-red liqueur, ladling it out for free to all who came. He was a moonshiner, a tax evader, an enemy of the federal government. But on that mountain, he was a king. How does a man become a legend in his own lifetime? How does a common criminal earn the loyalty of an entire region, turning his defiance into a roaring celebration that the law itself was powerless to stop? Was he a simple man breaking the law for profit? Or was he the last bastion of a fiercely independent mountain spirit? Today, we're going to pour a glass of history and trace the life of the one and only Cherry Bounce King to understand the man who built a kingdom from corn, wild cherries, and an unbreakable will. To understand a man like Amos Owens, you have to understand the ground he was raised on. He was born in 1822 in Rutherford County, North Carolina, a place where the Blue Ridge Mountains begin to claw their way toward the sky. This wasn't just a landscape, it was a fortress. The people who settled these hollows were mostly Scotch-Irish, folks who carried a deep and abiding distrust of distant governments in their bones. They had fled kings and landlords once, and they weren't about to bow to a tax collector from Washington, D.C. Life here was a constant struggle against rock, weather, and isolation. A family's wealth wasn't measured in dollars, but in the yield of their corn patch, the health of their livestock, and the strength of their kin. Corn was life, but it was heavy and difficult to transport over rugged mountain trails. Turning that corn into whiskey was simple economics. It was a way to concentrate a year's worth of hard labor into a portable, profitable, and potent form. For these mountain families, the smoke from a copper still wasn't the sign of a crime. It was the smell of survival. This world operated on a code older than any federal law. Your word was your bond. Your family was your nation. An insult to your honor had to be answered, and a neighbor in need was to be helped without question. The law was something that existed down in the flatlands, an alien system that didn't understand the realities of mountain life. The stories of the Whiskey Rebellion of the 1790s weren't taught as a failed uprising. They were passed down as tales of righteous defiance, cementing the belief that a man had a God-given right to his own craft. But Amos wasn't just a product of the mountains. He was forged in the fires of a foreign war. As a young man, he left his secluded home to fight in the Mexican-American War. Imagine that transition, from the quiet, green solitude of Appalachia to the dusty, brutal battlefields of a foreign land. This experience hardened him. It taught him discipline, It showed him a world far beyond his mountain, and it likely reinforced his belief in self-reliance above all else. He was a veteran, a man who had served his country. When Amos Owens returned home, he came back a different man. He had seen the authority of the United States government up close, but he chose to climb back up Cherry Mountain and live by the old code. He didn't see a contradiction in having fought for the flag and then defying its laws. In his mind, the government had its place, and that place was not on his mountain, telling him what he could and could not do with the corn he grew with his own 2 hands. This was the crucible that created the Cherry Bounce King. He was a man of his people, steeped in a tradition of defiance. He was a farmer who understood the brutal math of survival. And he was a soldier who had learned how to stand his ground. The mountain gave him his ingredients and his fortress, but his unbending character, that was forged in the history of his ancestors and the heat of war. Long before the name Cherry Bounce King echoed through the halls of government, there was just Amos Owens, the artisan. Before the roaring crowds and the legendary defiance, there was the quiet solitude of the pre-dawn hours, the gentle hiss of the copper still, and the steady hand of a man who was a master of his craft. He wasn't just brewing moonshine, he was practicing an art form passed down through generations. He knew the corn by its feel, the fire by its sound, and the final product by a single practiced taste. His Cherry Bounce wasn't just potent, it was perfect, a testament to a pride in his work that no federal law could ever touch. But this craft wasn't for his own glory, it was the foundation of his family. The income from his hidden stills meant his wife had what she needed and his children never went to bed hungry. It meant he could afford good tools for his farm and solid shoes for their feet. His operation allowed him to build a life on that rugged mountain that was a step above mere survival. He was a patriarch in the truest mountain sense, the unwavering provider and protector of his clan. The world he built was one of security and stability, a small, independent nation with his homestead at its capital, and his influence spread beyond his own fence line. On Cherry Mountain and in the hollows below, Amos Owens was a pillar of the community. In a place where cash was as rare as a flat piece of land, he was the local economy's heartbeat. He bought his neighbors surplus corn at a fair price, providing them with the hard currency they needed. When a family fell on hard times, it was often Amos they turned to for a loan or assistance, a request he rarely refused. He commanded a deep, unshakable respect, not because of fear, but because his success was shared with those around him. This was the kingdom Amos Owens built, long before the outside world took notice. It was a world governed by loyalty, sustained by his craft, and centered on his family and community. It was a life of quiet dignity and fierce independence, a peaceful defiance conducted not with guns, but with copper pots and wild cherries. This was everything he stood to lose. It wasn't just a business the revenuers were threatening. It was his home, his honor, and the entire world he held dear. Every great man has a current running through him, a force that drives his every decision. For Amos Owens, that force was a stubborn pride as unyielding as mountain granite. It was a conviction buried deep in his soul that no man born in a distant city had the right to tell him what he could do on his own land. This wasn't just a belief, it was the very bedrock of his identity. He didn't just break the law, he disdained it. He saw the federal tax on liquor not as a legal statute, but as an intolerable insult to his craft and his heritage. This pride wasn't a quiet, internal thing. It was loud, bold, and defiant. While other moonshiners operated in the shadows, speaking in whispers and moving by moonlight, Amos Owens built a lighthouse. His legendary 4th of July and Christmas celebrations, where he gave away his cherry bounce by the barrelful, were the ultimate expression of this flaw. These weren't just parties, they were public declarations. He was telling the world, and specifically the federal government, I am here. This is my craft, and I am not ashamed of it. Come and get me if you dare. There's a story told and retold until it's become gospel in those parts, that perfectly captures this audacious spirit. After one of his many arrests, Amos was brought before a judge who, tired of their game, levied a particularly steep fine against him. The courtroom fell silent, expecting the old moonshiner to protest or ask for time to pay. Instead, Amos simply nodded, reached deep into the pocket of his overalls, and pulled out a thick wad of cash, bills still smelling faintly of corn mash and wood smoke. He counted out the full amount, placed it on the bench without a word, and walked out a free man. It was not an act of submission, it was an act of mockery. He was using the profits of his crime to pay the penalty, reducing the judge's sentence to a mere business expense. This pride, this absolute refusal to bend, was his greatest strength in the eyes of his neighbors. It's what made him a folk hero. But it was also the crack in his armor. It made him visible. It made him a target. A lesser man might have laid low after a raid, moved his still, and sold his product quietly. But Amos' pride wouldn't allow that. He would rebuild, bigger and better, and the smoke would rise from his chimney stack on Cherry Mountain like a defiant flag, a signal to the law that he had not been beaten. His flaw, then, was his inability to compromise his own code. He was a king on his mountain, and kings do not bow. This stubborn streak ensured that his conflict with the government would never be a quiet, hidden affair. It was destined to become a public spectacle, a long and drawn-out war of attrition. He was daring the lightning to strike, forgetting that in the world of federal law, the storm always gathers eventually. For years, the dance between Amos Owens and the law had a familiar, almost comfortable rhythm. A federal marshal, often a local man who understood the mountain ways, would make the reluctant journey up Cherry Mountain. Stills would be broken, a warrant would be served, and Amos would go along peacefully. It was a ritual, a game of appearances, where the law made its point, and Amos paid his tax in the form of a fine. He always rebuilt, and the marshals always knew he would. There was a strange, unspoken understanding in this ongoing feud. But after the Civil War, the music changed. The federal government was nearly bankrupt, and its thirst for tax revenue became insatiable. The Bureau of Internal Revenue was empowered, unleashing a new breed of agent upon the mountains. These weren't local men playing a part. They were strangers with cold eyes and a fervent belief in federal authority. They saw the mountains not as a different world with its own rules, but as a den of tax cheats who were robbing the US Treasury. Their mission wasn't to play a game, it was to win a war. The spark that lit the fuse came on a crisp autumn morning. A team of these new, determined revenuers stormed Cherry Mountain. This raid was different. It wasn't just about the equipment. With grim efficiency, they found Amos's aging cellar, a cool space dug into the mountainside where his finished product, his art, was stored. They didn't confiscate it. With axes and sledgehammers, they systematically smashed every jug and barrel. Years of work, hundreds of gallons of his legendary cherry bounce, gushed out and stained the earth a deep, bloody red. They were destroying his legacy, pouring his very soul into the dirt. Amos Owens, who had always met his arrest with a wry smile, stood and watched this sacrilege in cold silence. This was no longer a matter of business. They hadn't just destroyed his property, they had committed an act of profound disrespect. They had vandalized his art, violated the sanctity of his craft, and declared that his life's work was nothing more than contraband to be annihilated. The unspoken rules of their long dance had been shattered. For Amos, this was a declaration of war. This act was an unforgivable affront precisely because it struck at the heart of his defiant pride. To be arrested was one thing. To be treated as a common criminal whose masterpiece deserved no more respect than ditch water was another. They had challenged his status, his honor, and his identity as the king of his own mountain. In that moment, watching his life's work bleed into the ground, a decision was made. He would no longer be a mere moonshiner who got caught now and then. He would become a symbol. His operation would grow larger, his celebrations more brazen, and his name would become a banner of defiance for the entire region to rally behind. The red stain on the ground where his cherry bounce had been spilled was a line drawn in the dirt. Amos Owens' response wasn't fear, it was fury. He did not retreat into the shadows. Instead, he did the opposite. The smoke from Cherry Mountain, which had always been a steady wisp, now billowed into a column. He built new stills, bigger and more efficient. He hired more men. He doubled his production. He was no longer just supplying a thirsty region. He was building an empire in open defiance of the United States government. The warnings started as quiet whispers. His own wife, who had stood by him through dozens of arrests, saw the new hardness in the eyes of the federal men who rode through the nearby towns. She would plead with him at night, by the firelight, her voice full of a fear he'd never heard before. "Amos," she would say, "this is different now. It's not a game anymore. They don't just want a fine. They want to see you broken." He would listen, pat her hand, and tell her that a man who bows to a bully invites him to kick again. The whispers grew louder in the community. Friends who had celebrated his audacity now pulled him aside with worried looks. They spoke of revenuers threatening local farmers for information, of a new, ruthless pressure being applied to the entire area. "Just lay low for a while, Amos," they'd advise. "Let the heat die down. Make your run, but do it quiet-like." They were counseling survival, the ancient mountain art of bending like a sapling in a storm so as not to break. But Amos Owens was no sapling. He was a great old oak, and he would not bend. He saw their pleas for caution as a step toward surrender. To him, this was no longer about a single man's still. It was about the soul of the mountains. He told them that if he backed down, the federal men would come for them next. He preached his gospel of defiance, arguing that the only way to meet a threat is to stand taller and look it square in the eye. His pride had now transformed into a righteous cause. The ultimate act of defiance was his next 4th of July celebration. Where others saw a reason for caution, Amos saw a stage. He sent out word. The party on Cherry Mountain would be bigger than ever before. It became a public spectacle, an open challenge broadcast across the state. He wasn't just inviting his friends and customers. He was taunting the Bureau of Internal Revenue. He was turning his defiance into a beacon, daring them to try and extinguish it in front of thousands of his supporters. With every warning he ignored, every plea for moderation he dismissed, the path forward narrowed until there was only one way it could go. He had become a symbol, a living embodiment of the mountain spirit, and the government could not allow such a symbol to stand. He was isolating himself on a peak of his own making, a king so confident in his fortress that he could no longer see the army gathering at its gates. A violent outcome was no longer a risk. It was a certainty he himself was inviting. The day before the 4th of July dawned clear and bright over Cherry Mountain. The air was already electric with anticipation. Wagons were being moved into place. Barrels of cherry bounce were rolled out from the cellar, and the sound of hammers echoed as a stage was built for the fiddlers. This was to be Amos Owens' masterpiece of defiance, the grandest celebration he had ever hosted. But as the sun reached its zenith, a lone rider was seen making his way steadily up the mountain path. It wasn't a posse. It was the familiar, weary face of an old federal marshal, a man who had arrested Amos more than once in the bygone days of their gentleman's feud. He didn't come with warrants or weapons. He dismounted, met Amos near the Great Log Hall, and spoke not as a lawman, but as one man to another. He explained that the world had changed. The new men in charge in Raleigh and Washington saw Amos not as a local character, but as the leader of an insurrection. They were coming, he warned, not for a token arrest, but to crush him completely. "They're just waiting for this party, Amos," the marshal said, his voice low. "They'll use the crowd as an excuse. They'll say it was a riot. Men are going to get hurt." Then came the final, clear off-ramp, the last chance for peace. Cancel it, the marshal pleaded. Just for this year. Send everyone home. Show them you're not looking for a fight. If you do this, I can go back and tell them the threat is over. We can go back to the way things were. It's your last chance to put the genie back in the bottle. It was a surprisingly fair offer. It was a path away from the cliff's edge. All he had to do was swallow his pride. For a long moment, Amos Owens was silent. You can just imagine him, standing there on his mountain, the smell of his life's work all around him. He likely looked at his home, at the preparations for the festival, at the faces of his kin. He had to have felt the weight of the choice before him, the safety of his family versus the defiant code that had defined his entire life. The marshal's offer was reasonable. It was wise. But to Amos, it sounded like the clatter of chains. He finally turned his gaze from his home and met the marshal's eyes. The internal struggle was over. A man doesn't send his guests home, Amos said, his voice as firm as the mountain beneath his feet, just because an uninvited stranger is threatening to kick down the door. The party goes on. With that, the last bridge to peace was burned. He had been offered a truce and had chosen war. The old marshal simply nodded, a look of profound sadness on his face, and rode away, leaving the Cherry Bounce king alone on his throne, waiting for the inevitable storm he had personally summoned. The 4th of July on Cherry Mountain was a roaring sea of humanity. The fiddles screamed, the banjos rang, and the rhythmic stomp of dancing feet shook the very ground. Above it all was the booming laughter of Amos Owens, a king in his element, ladling out his ruby-red elixir. But as the afternoon sun began to dip, a different sound drifted up from the base of the mountain, the cold, rhythmic clink of metal and the steady tramp of marching feet. A long column of federal agents and deputized men, armed and determined, was ascending the slope. The music faltered, then died. A wave of silence rolled through the crowd as all eyes turned to the approaching force. The world for Amos Owens narrowed to the sight of those grim-faced men, their polished badges glinting in the sun. This wasn't a raid. It was an invasion. He stood his ground behind his barrels, not with a weapon in his hand, but with the full weight of his defiance in his posture. The air grew thick and heavy, charged with the energy of 1,000 held breaths. A federal captain stepped forward, a warrant held out like a weapon, and his voice cut through the stillness, demanding surrender. Amos' reply was not a shout, but a low, firm refusal that was heard by every person on that mountaintop. And in that instant, the simmering tension that had built for years finally boiled over. The captain gave a signal, and the line of lawmen surged forward. The crowd, loyal and fueled by Cherry Bounce, pushed back. What happened next wasn't a battle of neat lines and clear commands. It was a chaotic, swirling vortex of human bodies. The world became a blur of motion and a cacophony of shouts. From Amos' perspective, it must have been a maelstrom. The celebration he had built, a symbol of his independence, had become a scene of pandemonium. An argument that had raged for a decade in courtrooms and whispers was suddenly, violently being settled with fists and clubs. The sharp, percussive sound of an intervention echoed through the holler, a sound that cut through the noise and hung in the air like a final, dreadful punctuation mark. In the heart of the chaos, Amos himself was the primary target. He was swarmed, not as a respected elder, but as the ringleader of a mob. He felt the grasp of rough hands, the impact of a world turned hostile. The final, visceral sensation was not one of his choosing. The vibrant festival, the pinnacle of his lifelong defiance, was over. The argument that had defined his life had been answered not with words, but with overwhelming force. The chilling silence that followed the main event was broken only by the groans of the injured and the curt, metallic orders of the federal agents who were now, finally, masters of the mountain. The world came back into focus slowly for Amos Owens, through a haze of shock and the dull ache of struggle. The roar of the crowd had been replaced by a grim quiet, punctuated by the sharp orders of federal officers. His great hall, a place of joyous celebration just an hour before, was a scene of wreckage. Overturned benches, smashed jugs, and the dark, sticky pools of spilled cherry bounce littered the ground. He wasn't a king surveying his court. He was a prisoner standing in the ruins of his own kingdom. There was no regret in his heart. There was no fear. There was only a cold, profound rage that settled deep in his bones. This was the ultimate violation. To be manhandled, overpowered, and subdued on his own land, in front of his own people, it was a humiliation worse than any fine or prison sentence. The final insult came with a sharp, metallic click. The cold iron of the handcuffs closing around his wrists was a sound louder and more final than any gunshot. On the very spot where he had freely dispensed his hospitality, his freedom was now completely and utterly taken away. His next move was not his own. Flanked by armed guards, he began the long walk down the mountain. This was the path he had climbed as a boy and ruled as a king, a path every stone of which he knew by heart. Now he walked it in chains. He passed his home, catching a glimpse of his wife's face, pale and stricken, in the doorway. He passed neighbors who looked on with a mixture of pity and awe. He did not lower his head. Pride was the one thing they could not take from him, and he carried it like a shield, his back straight, his eyes fixed forward. At the base of the mountain, a government wagon waited. As he was loaded into the back, he took one last look at his domain. The sun was setting behind Cherry Mountain, casting long shadows across the hollows. The crowds were gone. The music was gone. The smoke from his stills was extinguished. The king was being exiled from his kingdom. As the wagon lurched forward and began the journey toward a federal jail, Amos Owens knew this was the end of the road. His active defiance was over. All that remained were the consequences. The fall of a king is never a quiet thing, and the silence that fell over Cherry Mountain was a heavy, suffocating blanket. The wreckage left behind wasn't just in the smashed stills and splintered barrels. It was in the lives of every person Amos Owens had touched. For his wife and children, the world had been turned upside down. The provider was gone, the income had vanished, and the home that was once a fortress of local pride was now a landmark of federal victory. The name Owens, once spoken with respect, now became a brand, a name whispered in conjunction with violence, arrest, and ruin. They were left to face the cold stares of the law and the uncertain pity of their neighbors, all while trying to scratch a living from a mountain that now seemed haunted by loss. The community itself bore a deep and festering wound. Many who had attended the celebration were arrested or injured in the chaos. Families were thrown into turmoil, trying to pay fines or tend to the wounded. The raid had been a brutal lesson from the government. This is what happens when you follow a rebel. The fierce unity that Amos had commanded was shattered and replaced by a gnawing fear. Who would be next? The raid had driven a wedge of distrust into the heart of the mountain, turning a proud and defiant community into a collection of frightened individuals, wary of their neighbors and terrified of the law. The economic engine Amos had built sputtered and died. The farmers who had relied on him to buy their surplus corn were left with a product they couldn't easily sell. The men who had worked his stills were suddenly without employment, their families facing a hard winter with no income. The flow of cash that had trickled down from Cherry Mountain, oiling the gears of the local economy, dried up completely. His defiance had brought prosperity, but his fall brought a poverty that was just as widespread. He had been the trunk of a great tree, and the federal axe had not just felled him, but had left the entire forest around him to wither. The tragedy of Amos Owens was not that he was arrested. It was that his personal war had so many civilian casualties. His pride demanded a grand public stand, but it was his family, his friends, and his neighbors who were left to pay the price for it. He had built a kingdom and invited his people to celebrate within its walls, never imagining that when the walls came crashing down, they would be the ones crushed beneath the stones. The party was over, but the hangover would last for a generation. Amos Owens, the king of Cherry Mountain, was brought to a kingdom where he held no power, a federal courtroom. The space itself was an assault on everything he knew. The air was stale, the light was filtered through dusty windows, and the walls were made of cold plaster and dark polished wood, a world away from the open sky and living timber of his home. Here, he was not a respected elder or a master craftsman. He was simply the defendant, a name stripped of all honor and history. The prosecution, methodical and relentless, painted a picture not of a folk hero, but of a calculated criminal. They spoke of tax evasion, conspiracy, and most damningly, of inciting a riot and assaulting federal officers in the execution of their duties. They presented evidence, the shattered remnants of his stills, the testimony of injured agents, and the sheer scale of his operation. To the court, the case was simple. Here was a man who had grown wealthy by openly flouting the laws of the United States and had met the consequences with violence. His defense, when it came, was not a denial, but a declaration. Amos and his lawyer didn't argue the facts. They argued a whole different kind of truth. They spoke of a man's right to his own land and the fruits of his own labor. They spoke of a tradition older than the federal government itself. When asked to account for his actions, Amos' logic was baffling to the court and perfectly clear to his people. It was his corn. It was his mountain. It was his craft. He wasn't breaking the law. He was living by a different one, a code of self-sufficiency and honor that the men in their starched collars could never comprehend. It was a clash of two Americas in a single room. Back in the mountains, the trial was seen as a foregone conclusion, a piece of political theater. They saw Amos not as a criminal, but as a martyr. He was their champion, captured and put on display by an invading army that called itself the law. His guilt was irrelevant to them. His cause was everything. They knew the court would never understand that the real crime in their eyes had been the government's intrusion, the desecration of his craft, and the violent end to a peaceful celebration. The verdict, when it came, was swift and certain. In the eyes of federal law, there was no ambiguity. Amos Owens was guilty on all counts. The judge, determined to make an example of the so-called Cherry Bounce King, delivered a sentence meant to echo through every hidden hollow in Appalachia. A long, sobering term in a federal penitentiary. And so, the law had its judgment. A man who broke the statutes was punished according to the letter of those statutes. But was it justice? For the people of Cherry Mountain, the answer was a bitter no. A system that could not distinguish between a craftsman and a criminal, that could not understand the difference between profit and survival, was not a system of justice. It was just a system of power. The gavel had fallen, but the verdict only deepened the divide between the mountains and the flatlands, leaving a scar of resentment that would not heal for a very long time. And what of the men who brought the king down? What of the federal agents, the new breed of lawmen who had turned a gentleman's game into a brutal war? You might expect a story like this to end with them meeting some form of mountain justice, a karmic balancing of the scales. But the world, especially the world of government and law, rarely works like a folk ballad. The men who led the raid on Cherry Mountain didn't face consequences. They received commendations. From their perspective, and from the perspective of their superiors in Washington, the operation was a resounding success. They had targeted the most famous, most defiant moonshiner in the state, and had dismantled his empire in a single afternoon. They had enforced federal law, quelled a riot, and sent a clear, unambiguous message to every distiller operating in the shadows. In their reports, Amos Owens was a criminal mastermind, and they were the brave heroes who had restored order. They were rewarded with promotions, with praise, and with the satisfaction of a job well done. They were gears in a vast, impersonal machine, and that machine had just proven its power. Their victory, however, was a sterile one. They had won the battle, but in doing so, they had salted the earth of the battlefield. They didn't end moonshining in the mountains, they just made it quieter, more secretive, and more deeply entangled with a culture of resentment. They had created a martyr. For every large public still they smashed, a dozen smaller hidden ones were built in its place, their operators now working with a grim determination born of hatred for the law. The government had proven it could crush one man, but it had also proven that it had no understanding of the people it was trying to govern. The fate of the antagonist, the system, was to grow larger and more powerful, yet more alienated than ever from the heart of the nation it claimed to serve. And that, in its own way, is a kind of failure that no commendation can erase. Years passed, as they do in the mountains, smoothing the sharp edges of memory like water over stone. Amos Owens eventually walked out of the federal penitentiary, a free man, but no longer a king. He was an old man now, the fire that had once burned so brightly banked to a low, quiet coal. He returned to Cherry Mountain, but the kingdom was gone. He lived out the rest of his days quietly, a living ghost of his former self, surrounded by the silence of a legacy that was too grand and too painful to speak of aloud. The name Owens became a kind of mountain ghost itself, a name that carried the weight of both glory and ruin. His descendants were left to navigate a world that saw them as the children of a legend, and legends cast long, cold shadows. Some moved away, hoping to build lives free from the constant echo of their famous ancestors' rise and fall. Those who stayed lived quieter lives, becoming farmers and laborers, their hands in the soil instead of in the corn mash. The grand dynasty of the Cherry Bounce King ended with him. The recipe was lost to time, and the art died with the artisan. The community healed, but like any deep wound, it left a permanent scar. The great roaring celebrations on Cherry Mountain were never spoken of loudly again. They passed into the realm of myth, a story old men would tell their grandsons with a sad shake of their heads, a cautionary tale about a time when giants walked the earth and were struck down by lightning from a distant government. The open, proud defiance that Amos had championed was buried under a heavy blanket of silence. Moonshining continued, of course, but it was driven deeper into the darkest hollows, a grim business of survival, not a craft of celebration. In the vacuum left by Amos' fall, the power dynamics of the region shifted. With the king deposed, the kingdom fractured. The era of the grand festive moonshiner was over. It was replaced by a new generation who worked in fear and dealt in violence. Men who didn't command the respect of their community and saw the law not as a rival, but as an enemy to be met with deadly force. The government, in its attempt to stamp out a folk hero, had inadvertently created a landscape ripe for common criminals. They had traded a charismatic king for 100 petty warlords, and the mountains became a more dangerous, less honorable place because of it. If you go to Rutherford County today and mention the name Amos Owens, you won't be met with a blank stare. His name is as much a part of the landscape as Cherry Mountain itself, the peak that still bears his story. You can visit his final resting place, a weathered tombstone that states the simple facts of his birth and death, but tells nothing of the fire that burned in between. Some old-timers claim that if you know just where to look, deep in the woods on the mountain slope, you can find the faint outline of a foundation, the scattered stones that were once the hearth of a king. But what people really search for on that mountain isn't stone, it's treasure. The most enduring myth of Amos Owens is that he never trusted banks. The considerable profits from his 60-year career, the story goes, were packed into mason jars and iron pots and buried in secret caches all over the mountain. To this day, the legend of the Cherry Bounce King's fortune persists. Treasure hunters, armed with metal detectors and old maps, still comb those slopes, digging in the red clay, hoping to unearth a piece of the outlaw's legacy. More enduring than any buried treasure, though, are the stories. In the telling, the hard edges of the man have been worn smooth by time. He is remembered not as the tax evader who sparked a riot, but as the generous king who held a feast for his people. He's become a Robin Hood of the Blue Ridge, a symbol of defiance against an unjust system. His story is told as a cautionary tale to children about the dangers of pride, but it's told with a wink and a smile, a clear undercurrent of admiration for the man who dared to stand his ground. And that is why his ghost still walks these mountains. It's not the spirit of a man, but the spirit of an idea. The name Amos Owens has become an echo of that old, unbending mountain code of independence. To speak his name is to speak of a time when a man could declare his own land a sovereign nation and rule it with generosity and an iron will. He is the physical embodiment of the stubborn, defiant, and fiercely loyal character that defines the very soul of Appalachia. Amos Owens. The man has been dust for over a century. But the spirit of the Cherry Bounce King, that spirit is as potent and intoxicating as the liqueur he once brewed. It's woven into the very fabric of those hills, a permanent reminder that some men are too big for the laws of their time. For better or for worse, he still haunts the mountains. So we return to the question we asked at the beginning, standing at the foot of that old mountain. Was Amos Owens a hero or a villain? The law has its simple answer. He was a criminal, a tax evader who paid the price for his crimes. His people have theirs. He was a king, a generous folk hero who stood up for their way of life. But the truth, as always, is far more complicated and far more human. Amos Owens wasn't a hero or a villain. He was a relic of a dying age, a man whose mountain code was being crushed by the relentless march of a modern nation. In the end, the ballad of Amos Owens is a story about pride. It was a pride as pure and potent as the whiskey he distilled. It drove him to master his craft, to provide for his family, and to build a community around the fire of his generosity. But that same unbending pride made him blind. It blinded him to the changing world. It made him deaf to the warnings of those who loved him, and it demanded a sacrifice that was not his alone to make. His greatest strength, that absolute refusal to bow, became the fatal flaw that brought his entire kingdom crashing down into the dirt. He was a man who stood for the timeless values of independence, craftsmanship, and community. But he stood so tall that he became a target, and in his fall, he reminds us that even the strongest oak on the mountain can be felled by the patient axe of the outside world. And that, my friends, is the ballad of the Cherry Bounce King, a man who would give away his finest liquor for free, but would not surrender a single drop of his pride to any law under heaven. "5 years before the shot heard round the world at Lexington, a different shot echoed through the Carolina backcountry. It was the sound of a cannon firing into a crowd of 2,000 farmers, men who had stood their ground against a disciplined army and roared back a phrase of pure Appalachian defiance: 'Fire and be damned!' They called themselves the Regulators, and their rebellion was drowned in blood. The history books often call it a riot. The locals know it was a war. What could drive God-fearing men to wage war on their own government, years before America was even a dream? Today, we will dig into the blood-soaked soil of Alamance and unearth the forgotten story of America's first armed uprising. To understand the fire, you must first understand the forest. Picture the Carolina backcountry in the 1760s. This wasn't the manicured world of coastal plantations with their grand houses and ships sailing for London. This was the edge of the map. It was a land of tangled forests, where ancient oaks stood shoulder to shoulder, and the ground was a web of creeks and rivers with names like the Haw and the Eno. The air here was different, thick with the smell of pine and damp earth, and the only authority was the changing of the seasons and the word of God. The people who carved a life from this wilderness were as rugged as the terrain itself. They were mostly Scots-Irish and German immigrants, families who had fled the famines, wars, and religious persecution of the Old World. They came here not for riches, but for something far more precious: a piece of land to call their own and the right to be left alone. They were dissenters, Presbyterians and Lutherans, who held a deep and abiding suspicion of any government that smelled of the high and mighty Anglican Church they'd left behind. Their lives were a testament to pure grit. A man would build his cabin with his own 2 hands, felling the trees and notching the logs himself. He'd clear his fields one back-breaking stump at a time, his wife working right alongside him. They hunted for their meat, grew their own corn, and spun their own wool. Survival was a daily struggle against rocky soil, harsh winters, and the ever-present threat of raids. This constant hardship forged them into something tough, fiercely independent, and loyal only to their family, their clan, and their creator. In this world, money was a ghost. A farmer might go an entire year without seeing a single silver coin. The economy ran on barter and good faith. A bushel of corn might be traded for a new axe head. A day's labor might be paid with a salted ham. A man's worth wasn't measured by the gold in his pocket, but by the strength of his handshake, the straightness of his rifle shot, and the honor of his family name. But this isolated world of sweat and scripture was not its own kingdom. It was ruled from afar, from the balmy coastal cities, by a class of wealthy English gentlemen appointed by the royal governor. These men, in their powdered wigs and silk stockings, looked upon the backcountry settlers as little more than savages, crude, uneducated, and most importantly, a resource to be squeezed. A shadow was creeping west from the coast, a shadow of tax collectors and corrupt officials who spoke the language of coin and contracts. Little did the farmers know, this modern world was about to come knocking at their cabin doors, not with a friendly hand, but with a battering ram. This explosion of rage didn't come from nowhere. Its seeds were sown in the rocky soil of Scotland and the war-torn fields of Germany generations before. These families didn't come to the backcountry with land grants from a grateful king. They came as refugees. They bought their homesteads not with royal paper, but with the sharp steel of the axe and the cold lead of the long rifle. They carved their existence directly from a hostile wilderness, fighting the land, the weather, and the native tribes for every single acre. In their minds, this land wasn't given to them by a government. It was earned through a covenant of sweat, blood, and prayer. The old scars of history ran deep, carried across the Atlantic in their very bones. The Scots-Irish in particular had a long and bitter memory of English authority. For a century, they had been used as a buffer by the British Crown in the violent plantations of Ulster, only to be squeezed by the same government with crippling rents and religious persecution. When the king's new taxman, with his arrogant sneer and his stack of legal papers, showed up at their cabin door in Carolina, they didn't just see a colonial official. They saw the same old ghost of the English landlord they thought they had finally escaped. This created a division in the colony far deeper than any river or mountain range. It was a chasm of culture. On one side were the coastal elites, who saw themselves as Englishmen, loyal to the crown, the Anglican Church, and the intricate dance of colonial politics. On the other were the backcountry settlers, who felt no loyalty to a distant king or a governor who had never walked a furrow in his life. Their allegiance was to their own kind, to the Presbyterian meeting house, and to a simple, unwritten code of honor that valued a man's word over a lawyer's contract. In these mountains, a family name wasn't just a label, it was a legacy. A name like Fanning or Tryon carried the weight of unearned privilege and a history of looking down on the common man. But a backcountry name, a hunter, a husband, a Pugh, carried the heavy burden of generations of struggle. It was a quiet promise to work hard, to stand by your neighbors, and to never, ever let an outsider push you off your land. To be a backcountry farmer meant you bent the knee to God alone. To be one of the governor's men meant you expected the world to bend the knee to you. A collision was not just likely, it was inevitable. The conflict didn't begin with a gunshot. It began with a whisper. A whisper at the grist mill, a bitter complaint muttered over a fence post, an angry prayer offered in the quiet of a cabin. The ground for this rebellion was salted with years of personal insults and public humiliations, all stemming from a group of men the farmers called the Courthouse Ring. This wasn't some shadowy conspiracy. It was a cancer of corruption that operated in plain sight. At its heart was Edmund Fanning, a man who became the living symbol of everything the backcountry had come to despise. He was a Yale-educated lawyer who wore fine clothes, lived in a mansion built with stolen money, and looked at the calloused hands of a farmer with open contempt. The old wounds were everywhere, festering in nearly every family. You see, the system was designed to break a man. A farmer might ride for 2 days to register the deed to his land, only to have a clerk, Fanning's cousin perhaps, charge him a filing fee that existed in no law book. Then the sheriff, another crony, would demand the annual poll tax be paid in hard coin, knowing full well the farmer dealt in tobacco and deer hides. When the farmer couldn't produce the silver, that same sheriff would seize his plough horse or his only milk cow, selling it at a rigged auction to another member of the ring for a fraction of its worth. This venom dripped into the community through the wellspring of gossip. After the Sunday sermon, men would gather under the shade of an oak, their voices low and hard. They'd share stories of the latest outrage. One man lost 10 acres over a debt of 5 shillings that had been bloated by illegal court costs. Another had been thrown in jail for daring to question the sheriff's math. These stories spread from homestead to homestead like a fever, each telling making the injustice feel more personal, more suffocating. The courthouse ring wasn't just stealing their property, it was stealing their dignity. Slowly, the atmosphere began to change. The respectful nod once offered to the county clerk was replaced by a cold, hateful stare. A trip into the county seat of Hillsborough felt less like going to town and more like walking into a nest of snakes. Every official document, every tax notice, every court summons was now seen not as the law of the land, but as another turn of the screw. The laughter in the local tavern grew harder, edged with a bitterness that wasn't just from the corn whiskey. A land dispute between neighbors was no longer just about a misplaced fence. It was interpreted as one side currying favor with the corrupt judges. A simple fistfight at a market fair became an act of class warfare. Every small misunderstanding, every past slight, was now magnified through the dark lens of this great grudge. The air itself grew thick with suspicion and resentment, turning old friends into potential enemies and transforming the quiet valleys of Carolina into a powder keg, just waiting for a single, careless spark. Before the storm breaks, the air always goes dead still. In the hills of Carolina, that stillness was filled with a rising dread. The old women, who carried the superstitions of Scotland and Germany in their bones, began to whisper. They spoke of the panther's scream sounding less like a cat and more like a woman mourning a child not yet lost. They saw bad signs in a flock of crows that flew silently over a homestead, and they claimed the daytime hoot of an owl from the deep woods was a certain omen of death. The land itself seemed to be holding its breath, waiting for the coming violence. Then came a different kind of omen, not from the woods, but a man on horseback. His name was Herman Husband, and he was a Quaker, a man of peace. But he wasn't preaching peace now. He was a pamphleteer, a man who wielded a printing press like a weapon. His fiery, biblically charged words began to circulate through the backcountry, passed from one calloused hand to the next, read by flickering candlelight in hushed cabins. He gave their anger a voice, framing their struggle not as a squabble over taxes, but as a holy war against the forces of greed and tyranny. His pamphlets were prophecies, laying out 2 clear paths. One led to liberty, the other to a life of perpetual slavery to the corrupt coastal elites. This sense of impending doom settled on the men like a shroud. You can just imagine a farmer sitting on his porch at dusk, cleaning his long rifle, the familiar weight of it in his hands. The evening is quiet. The crickets are chirping their usual song, but he feels a coldness creep into his gut that has nothing to do with the evening air. He looks at his wife and children through the cabin window, bathed in the warm glow of the hearth, and then he looks out at the dark, looming tree line. For the first time, he doesn't see a source of firewood and game. He sees a place to hide. a place to fight, a place to die. It was a premonition, a gut-wrenching certainty that the time for petitions and prayers was over, and the time for powder and shot was drawing terrifyingly near. For years, the farmers had tried to fight the system with its own weapons. They wrote petitions, polite and humble, begging the colonial assembly for relief. Each one was ignored, dismissed with the contempt a lord might show a serf. They tried to sue the corrupt officials, only to find the courts were run by the very same snakes who were robbing them blind. Every legal door was slammed in their faces. The pressure had been building for years, and in September of 1770, in the town of Hillsborough, the dam finally broke. This was no spontaneous riot. It was a calculated act of defiance. 150 regulators, their faces grim and set, marched into town on court day. They weren't a disorganized rabble. They were a determined force, armed with heavy sticks, farm tools, and a righteous fury that had been simmering for a decade. Their target was the courthouse, the very symbol of their oppression. They stormed the building, a wave of muddy boots and homespun cloth overwhelming the shocked officials. Their first act was to find Edmund Fanning. They dragged the despised official from the judge's bench, his fine clothes tearing in their grip. They threw him into the dusty street and beat him, not to kill, but to humiliate. Each blow was a release of years of pent-up rage for every illegal fee, every stolen horse, every contemptuous sneer. When they were done with Fanning, they turned on his house, a mansion so luxurious the farmers called it a palace built on their tears. They didn't just vandalize it, they dismantled it, brick by brick, until nothing was left but a pile of expensive rubble. Back in the courthouse, they held a mockery of justice. They dragged the judge from his seat and put one of their own in his place, going through the court docket and striking down the cases against their fellow farmers. This was more than a protest. It was a revolution in miniature. They weren't just attacking a man, they were attacking the entire legal and political authority of the royal governor. When news of the Hillsborough riot reached the coast, it was seen as a declaration of war. Governor William Tryon, an arrogant and ambitious military man, could not let this stand. This was a direct challenge to his power and, by extension, the power of the king. The line had been crossed. There would be no more petitions. There would be no more negotiations. The only answer now would come from the barrel of a gun. The first drops of blood had been metaphorical, spilled in the beating of a corrupt official and the destruction of his home. The next would be real. On the morning of May 16, 1771, two armies faced each other across a quiet field bordering Alamont's Creek. On one side stood Governor Tryon's militia, over 1,000 men in disciplined lines, their bayonets glinting in the spring sunlight. Before them sat the dark, menacing mouths of several cannon. On the other side, scattered amongst the trees and rocks, were 2,000 regulators. They were not an army. They were a gathering of fathers and sons, armed with the old hunting rifles and farm tools they used to feed their families. When the governor's final demand for surrender was met with that thunderous cry, "Fire and be damned," the fate of them all was sealed. There was no warning shot. The first sound was a deafening physical blow that seemed to tear the very fabric of the sky. The cannon spoke, and the world dissolved into smoke and a hellish roar. For the farmers, who had only ever known the sharp crack of a squirrel rifle, it was the sound of the apocalypse. The ground shook beneath their feet, and the air, which moments before had carried the scent of honeysuckle, was instantly choked with the bitter, sulphurous stink of black powder. Through the eyes of a young boy hiding behind a wagon, the battle was not a series of heroic charges, but a terrifying blur of chaos. He saw the man who had been his neighbor, a man he'd known his whole life, suddenly stagger and fall as if tripped by an invisible hand. There was no dramatic cry, just a quiet, heavy collapse into the grass. He heard the pop, pop, pop of the regulator rifles, a desperate and scattered sound, answered by the terrifying unified crash of hundreds of militia muskets firing as one. It was the sound of a handful of pebbles thrown against a stone wall. The air itself became a lethal thing, filled with a constant high-pitched whine. Leaves and twigs were clipped from the trees as if by an unseen scythe. Men would duck behind an ancient oak for cover, only to have the bark explode into splinters beside their head. The orderly commands of Tryon's officers were a distant, chilling murmur, while the sounds on the regulator side were a desperate chorus of individual shouts, screams of pain, and cries of encouragement that were swallowed by the unending noise. When the smoke momentarily cleared, the field was a landscape of surreal and terrible images. A farmer's broad-brimmed hat lay upside down in the grass, a small dark hole punched through its crown. A heavy iron pitchfork stood upright, its tines buried in the soft earth, its owner nowhere to be seen. The disciplined red lines of the militia advanced slowly, relentlessly, a machine of death that seemed unstoppable, firing and reloading with a terrifying, practiced rhythm. After 2 agonizing hours, the sporadic resistance finally broke. The farmers, their courage no match for cannons and disciplined volleys, fled. They melted back into the deep woods from which they had come, their retreat covered by the smoke and confusion. And then, an even more terrifying sound descended upon the field: silence. Not the peaceful silence of the morning, but a heavy, profound stillness, broken only by the low moans of those who could not run. The battle was over. The rebellion was crushed. The spring grasses of Alamont's field were trampled and stained, littered with the abandoned tools and weapons of men who had gambled everything for justice and lost. The smoke slowly drifted away, revealing not a field of victory, but a scene of profound and brutal sorrow. The first American Revolution had ended not with a declaration, but with a slaughter. To understand a man like Governor William Tryon, you must understand that he never once saw the regulators as aggrieved citizens. In his mind, they were simply an infection. He was not a governor responding to a protest. He was a surgeon cutting out a tumor from the body of the colony. His entire career was built on the rigid structure of the British military, a world where orders were given and followed without question. To him, the farmer's defiance was not a plea for justice. It was a breakdown in the fundamental order of civilization itself, a direct and personal insult to his authority and the king's. Tryon's logic was cold, sharp, and utterly devoid of empathy. These were not men who had lost their farms. They were traitors who had defied the law. They were not fathers trying to feed their children. They were a rabble who had assaulted an officer of the crown. In his dispatches, he referred to them as banditti and insurgents. He believed, with an unshakable conviction, that the only way to deal with such a chaotic force was with overwhelming, brutal, and public displays of power. Mercy, in his view, would be interpreted as weakness, and weakness would only invite more chaos. The switch likely flipped in his mind the moment he heard the details of the Hillsborough riot. The image of Edmund Fanning, a man of his class, a Yale-educated official, being dragged from a judge's bench and beaten in the street by a mob of coarse, uneducated frontiersmen must have been horrifying to him. It was a vision of the world turned upside down. It was the peasants storming the castle. From that moment on, his response was not a political calculation, but a visceral, almost aristocratic rage. He wasn't just marching to restore order, he was marching to put these people back in their proper place. After the cannons fell silent at Alamont's and the farmers had fled, Tryon likely felt not a shred of remorse, but a grim sense of satisfaction. The feeling would have been one of triumph, of order restored. As he rode across the silent, blood-soaked field, he wouldn't have seen the bodies of his fellow countrymen. He would have seen the evidence of a necessary and successful operation. The hanging of James Few on the battlefield without a trial was not an act of cruelty in his mind, but a necessary piece of political theatre. It was a clear, unambiguous message sent to every cabin in the backcountry. This is the price of defiance. This is the fate of those who challenge my authority. It was the cold, calculated logic of an empire that saw dissent not as a voice to be heard, but as a disease to be eradicated. When the last of the fleeing farmers had vanished into the woods, a new kind of silence fell on the Alamance battlefield. It was not a peaceful silence. It was a heavy, suffocating stillness, thick with the smell of spent gunpowder and blood. Governor Tryon's victorious militia moved across the field, their discipline holding firm even in the face of the carnage they had wrought. They collected the wounded, counted the dead, and secured a handful of prisoners who had been too slow or too injured to escape. For them, it was a clean, decisive victory. For the backcountry, it was the beginning of a nightmare. For the surviving regulators, the fight was over, but the struggle for survival had just begun. They were no longer farmers or protesters. They were fugitives. They scattered into the familiar, dense wilderness of the Carolina Piedmont, the woods that had been their larder and their sanctuary now becoming their last hope of survival. Wounded men staggered through hidden ravines, while others made desperate journeys back to their homesteads, not to stay, but to grab a handful of supplies and whisper a frantic goodbye to their families before disappearing again into the shadows. They were hunted men in their own land. Tryon's vengeance was as swift as it was pitiless. He wanted to make an example, to burn the lesson of Alamance into the memory of the backcountry for a generation. Among the prisoners was a man named James Few, a simple carpenter who had been driven to rebellion. Without the pretense of a trial, without a prayer or a final word, Tryon ordered him hanged right there on the battlefield. His body was left dangling from an oak tree, a grotesque scarecrow meant to terrorize anyone who might still harbor defiant thoughts. He was a sacrifice, a bloody warning nailed to the barn door of the entire region. The battle was over, but the war on the regulators' spirit continued. Tryon turned his militia into an occupying army and unleashed them on the surrounding counties. They marched from farm to farm, a wave of red coats and cold steel, living off the land and terrorizing the populace. They were hunting for the regulator leaders, men like Herman Husband and James Hunter, and a handsome reward was offered for their capture, dead or alive. The soldiers interrogated wives and terrorized children, turning the once peaceful homesteads into places of fear and suspicion. This was not just a manhunt, it was a campaign of subjugation. Tryon issued a proclamation. Every man in the backcountry was to come forward and sign a binding oath of allegiance to the king and his government. To refuse was to be branded an outlaw. Over the next month, more than 6,000 farmers, their spirit broken and their leaders in hiding, were forced to make the humiliating journey to a militia camp to sign the document, effectively swearing loyalty to the very men who had crushed them. And as they did, Tryon's men were busy confiscating the property of known regulators, ensuring their families would face ruin and starvation. The ashes of Alamance had settled, and in the silence that followed, there was only fear and the cold grip of defeat. The smoke from the Battle of Alamance didn't just drift over the battlefield, it seeped into every cabin, every church, and every general store in the backcountry, poisoning the air between neighbors. The community, once united by common hardship, was now fractured, split by fear and the bitter question of who was right and who was wrong. A line had been drawn in the dirt, not by a surveyor, but by bloodshed, and every family was forced to choose which side they were on. The Presbyterian meeting houses, once the heart of the community, became cauldrons of quiet tension. Some preachers had thundered from the pulpit in support of the regulators, calling their cause a righteous one. Others, fearing the governor's wrath, now urged their congregations to submit to authority and pray for peace. Friendships that had been forged over decades of shared harvests and barn raisings now buckled under the weight of suspicion. Was the man who helped you clear your field last spring secretly reporting your movements to the militia? Was the family you shared bread with now loyal to the governor? A suffocating conspiracy of silence fell upon the region. The few who had witnessed the hangings or knew the hiding places of the regulator leaders were gripped by a primal fear. To speak the truth to the authorities was to risk being labeled a sympathizer, inviting the wrath of the occupying militia. But to stay silent was to betray their own conscience. Many chose a third option. They saw nothing, they heard nothing, they knew nothing. Their faces became blank masks, their conversations carefully pruned of any mention of the recent unpleasantness. It was a collective act of amnesia born of pure terror. Yet, even in this climate of fear, small acts of both courage and cowardice became the true measure of a person's soul. A brave farmer's wife would leave a basket of bread and salted meat at the edge of the woods, a silent signal to a husband or neighbor in hiding. A blacksmith, under the watchful eye of a militia patrol, would deliberately botch the shoeing of their horses, slowing them down just enough. But for every act of quiet defiance, there was an act of betrayal. A struggling farmer, tempted by the reward money or hoping to curry favor with the new powers, would lead a patrol to a hidden cabin. A merchant would provide a false alibi for a government loyalist, condemning an innocent man with his lie. The regulator war was no longer a battle fought with rifles on an open field. It had become a silent, vicious war fought with whispers, glances, and closed doors. It tore at the very fabric of the community, turning the backcountry into a place where the deepest loyalties were tested, and the truest nature of a man's heart was laid bare for all to see. With the rebellion crushed, the final act of Tryon's vengeance began, the hunt for the ringleaders. This was not a simple matter of law enforcement. It was a grim, relentless pursuit through the unforgiving Appalachian foothills. Tryon's militia, composed of Easterners who viewed the backcountry as a savage wilderness, formed the core of the posse. They were joined by a motley collection of local loyalists eager to prove their allegiance, and a few opportunistic bounty hunters who smelled blood money on the wind. Their mission was simple: bring back the leaders of the regulators, preferably in chains. The chase became a brutal contest between the hunters and the hunted, with the mountains themselves as the main character. The fugitives, men like James Hunter and the pamphleteer Herman Husband, knew this land like the back of their own hand. They knew every hidden valley, every secret pass, every cave where a man could disappear. They moved like ghosts through the dense forests, subsisting on wild berries and whatever game they could kill without a gunshot giving away their position. They were aided by a silent network of sympathetic farmers who would leave them food, warn them of patrols, and lead the militia on wild goose chases into impassable swamps. For the pursuers, the hunt was a descent into a green hell. The rugged terrain was their enemy. They were tormented by biting insects, venomous snakes, and the constant, unnerving feeling of being watched from the shadows. Their brightly colored uniforms made them easy targets, and their ignorance of the land led them into ambushes and dead ends. More than one militia patrol found themselves hopelessly lost, forced to abandon the chase and struggle back to camp, humiliated and exhausted. The mountains, which had nurtured the regulators' independence, now served as their greatest fortress. Despite the difficulties, the net slowly tightened. Herman Husband, the intellectual soul of the movement, was a writer, not a woodsman. He was captured relatively quickly, his spirit broken. Others, however, were harder to corner. The general of the regulators, James Hunter, remained at large, a phantom who seemed to be everywhere and nowhere at once. The final moment of capture for most of the key leaders wasn't a dramatic firefight in a mountain pass. It was a slow, grinding process of attrition. Exhausted, starving, and betrayed by informants, they were picked off one by one. Often, they were found not in a heroic last stand, but sleeping in a barn or accepting a meal from someone they mistakenly trusted, too worn down to run any longer. The hunt in the shadows was over, and the stage was set for the governor's final act of justice. The captured regulator leaders were dragged back to Hillsborough, the very town they had once triumphantly seized. But now, it was an armed camp. Governor Tryon's militia stood guard on every corner, their bayonets fixed, turning the colonial courthouse into a fortress. The air inside the courtroom was thick with the metallic tang of fear and the stench of foregone conclusions. On one side of the room sat the coastal gentry and loyalists, their faces smug with victory. On the other, huddled in silence, were the wives and families of the accused, their faces etched with a despair that knew there was no hope here. In the defendant's box sat the 6 captured leaders. They were not cowering criminals. They were broken, but their eyes held a hard, defiant glint. There was no remorse on their faces, only the quiet dignity of men who had fought for what they believed in and lost. They looked out at a courtroom where the judge, the prosecutor, and the jury were all part of the same corrupt system they had risen up against. Their trial was a piece of theater written by the victors, a legal ritual designed to give the veneer of law to an act of pure political vengeance. The proceedings were a farce. Witnesses for the prosecution, likely motivated by fear or reward, gave their testimony. Any evidence of the years of extortion and abuse that had led to the rebellion was dismissed as irrelevant. The charge was not assault or rioting, it was high treason. By firing on the king's representative, they had, in the eyes of the law, fired upon the king himself. It was a charge from which there was no escape. The verdict, when it came, was a foregone conclusion, delivered with cold, formal gravity: guilty. The sentence: death by public hanging. A wave of shock and grief washed over one side of the courtroom, while satisfied murmurs rippled through the other. 6 men, who had stood up for their neighbors against a tide of corruption, were now to be strung up like common murderers. But the story of this trial does not end with the judge's gavel. It ends on the gallows, with a man named James Pugh. As the noose was placed around his neck, he refused to play the part of the penitent traitor. Instead, he turned to the crowd and began to speak. For nearly half an hour, Pugh delivered a fiery, damning sermon from the scaffold. He condemned the cowardice of Edmund Fanning and the tyranny of Governor Tryon. He spoke of the justice they had sought and the violence they had received. He prophesied that a day of true reckoning would come for these corrupt men. He was still speaking, his voice ringing with righteous fury, when the sheriff, impatient with this final act of defiance, gave the order to cut him down. The court of law had delivered its verdict. But from the gallows, the justice of the mountains had delivered its own. The law of men had won the day, hanging its enemies and silencing dissent. But the question hung in the air, far longer than the bodies of the condemned. Was this justice? Or was it merely the law, a tool in the hands of the powerful, used to crush the powerless? The hangman's rope cast a long shadow over the Carolina backcountry, a shadow that would linger for years. For the families of the executed and the thousands of other regulators, life after the verdict was a bitter cup to drink. Those who remained on their land lived as a conquered people. They plowed their fields and harvested their corn under the watchful eye of a government they now knew was their enemy. Every tax notice was a fresh wound, every court summons a reminder of their powerlessness. They had been forced to sign an oath of loyalty, a piece of paper that felt like a brand on their soul, a public declaration of their own humiliation. But not everyone stayed. For many, the memory of Alamance was a poison in the soil, and the oath of allegiance was a chain they refused to wear. They saw only one path to freedom: west. In a great, silent exodus, hundreds of defeated regulator families packed their meager belongings, turned their backs on the homes they had built with their own hands, and began the perilous journey over the Appalachian mountains. They were branded as outlaws, but they saw themselves as pilgrims. They illegally settled in the river valleys of what would one day become Tennessee, forming a new society called the Watauga Association. Here, beyond the reach of Governor Tryon and his corrupt courts, they created one of America's first independent, self-governing communities, a place where the law would be their own. The spirit of the regulators was not dead, it had simply moved over the mountain. And what of the men who had crushed them? Did they face a curse, an atonement for the blood on their hands? Not at all. In the world of colonial politics, brutality was often rewarded. Governor William Tryon, his reputation enhanced by his decisive victory over the traitors, was soon promoted to the prestigious post of Governor of New York. Edmund Fanning, the architect of the farmer's misery, also left Carolina, continuing his career as a loyal servant of the crown. They faced no justice, no ostracism, no reckoning. They simply moved on, leaving a broken land behind them. Their only curse would come years later, when the fires of revolution they had helped to stoke would finally consume the entire British system they served. Back in Carolina, the community tried to heal by forgetting. The story of the Regulator War became a dangerous and painful memory, a ghost to be locked away. The word regulator itself became a whisper, a name associated with defeat and treason. People got back to the hard work of survival, focusing on the seasons and the soil, burying the trauma of Alamance under a blanket of collective silence. They tried to move on, to pretend it never happened. But a wound that deep doesn't heal just because you stop talking about it. It festers in the darkness, waiting for a chance to break open once more. Decades pass. The powdered wigs and red coats are gone, but the echoes of Alamance never truly faded. They can be found in the bloodlines of the families who fought there. Many of the sons of the Regulators, raised on bitter stories of Tryon's tyranny, picked up their rifles again just 4 years later. The British made the fatal mistake of assuming these backcountry men, once crushed by a royal governor, would be loyal to the crown. They couldn't have been more wrong. The men who fled over the mountains to Watauga became the legendary Over-Mountain Men, and at the Battle of Kings Mountain, they unleashed a frontier fury that annihilated a British army and helped turn the tide of the entire Revolutionary War. It was the Regulators' final, posthumous revenge. Today, if you visit the Alamance battlefield, you won't find an army. You'll find a quiet state park, a peaceful expanse of green grass where children fly kites and families have picnics. But if you stand there as the sun sets and listen to the wind in the tall oaks, you can almost hear it, the ghostly roar of cannon fire, the defiant shouts of dying farmers. Monuments now stand on that field, naming the men who were once condemned as traitors and honoring them as patriots who bled for liberty, a testament to how the truth, buried for so long, can eventually rise from the earth. The memory also clings to the land in the form of legend. For generations, people in Hillsborough would point to the spot where James Pugh and his fellow Regulators were hanged. They swore that on that patch of ground, cursed by Pugh's final defiant words, no grass would ever grow. It was a physical scar on the landscape, a constant, eerie reminder kept alive not by historians, but by the folk memory of a people who refused to let the story die completely. And while the names and dates may have faded from the nation's memory, the spirit of the Regulators has soaked into the very soul of Appalachia. That fierce independence, that deep and abiding distrust of distant, powerful governments, that unshakable belief that a man has the right to stand his ground against injustice, that is the true living legacy of Alamance. The textbooks might forget, the politicians may never learn, but the mountains remember everything. So we return to the question that started our journey, the question that hangs in the smoke of the Alamance battlefield. What could drive God-fearing men to wage war on their own government? The answer, we now see, is both simple and profound. They didn't fight to create a new nation or to overthrow a distant king. They fought because the boot of a corrupt and arrogant power was pressing down on their necks. And they believed, with every fiber of their being, that a free man does not endure such a thing without fighting back. They fought for the most fundamental of all rights, the right to enjoy the fruits of their own labor and to be treated with dignity. This is a story that teaches a hard lesson about the price of liberty. It reminds us that the first people to stand up are often the first to be cut down. The Regulators lost their battle, their property, and in some cases, their lives. They were branded as traitors, and their story was buried. But their spirit did not die on that field. The blood they shed at Alamance was not wasted. It seeped into the ground and watered the roots of a tree of liberty that would burst into full revolutionary bloom just a few short years later. Their defiance became a legacy, a fierce whisper of warning passed down through generations of mountain folk that the law and justice are not always the same thing. Their struggle is a testament to the indomitable Appalachian spirit, a spirit that bends for no man and bows only to God. It's a timeless reminder that when every legal door is slammed shut, when every petition is met with contempt, ordinary people will eventually seek their justice not in a courthouse, but in the open field with whatever tools they have at hand. Their voices were silenced by the rope and the cannon, but if you listen closely, you can still hear their echo in the Carolina hills. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. I'm standing on the bank of Wallens Creek, here in the rugged heart of Virginia. Today, the only sounds are the water moving over stones and the whisper of wind through the sycamores. It's a peaceful place, the kind of place you might come to forget the world for a while. But this ground doesn't forget. If you stand here long enough, the peace begins to feel thin, like a blanket laid over something terrible. This is a place of echoes. This quiet creek is where the legend of Daniel Boone ends and the story of the man begins. Not the folk hero in the coonskin cap, but a father whose life was shattered right here on this spot. The story we think we know is a comfortable lie. The truth is soaked into this soil, a tale of such brutality it would redirect the course of a man's life and a nation's history. Today, we're going to listen to those echoes and uncover the story of the dark and bloody ground. In the autumn of 1773, this same wilderness was not a place of quiet solitude. It was filled with the sounds of a dream in motion, the groan of wagon wheels, the lowing of cattle, the shouts of men, and the laughter of children. This was Daniel Boone's grand gamble, the first organized attempt to bring settler families into the promised land of Kentucky. They were a small, rolling nation of about 40 souls, carving a path through a world that had, until now, belonged only to the Long Hunters and the native tribes. Daniel Boone wasn't the giant of folklore yet. He was a 38-year-old father and husband, his face already lined by the sun and hardship, but his eyes were fixed on a future he could almost taste. He saw Kentucky not as a contested battleground, but as an untouched Eden, a place where a man could build a life from the ground up, beholden to no one. He was a guide, a protector, a patriarch leading his flock into a new world. At his side was his eldest son, James. At 16, he was on the cusp of manhood, strong and capable, already possessing a quiet confidence learned from his father in the deep woods. He was Daniel's shadow and his legacy, the boy who would help him tame this new land. For James, this journey wasn't just about following his father. It was the great adventure of his young life, a chance to prove himself and to be part of the founding of a new society. The air in those early days of October must have felt electric with possibility. Every mile they pushed westward through the Cumberland Gap, the world grew wilder, more beautiful, and more their own. They were leaving behind the crowded lands and the rigid rules of the colonies. Out here, the only law was the law of survival, and the only king was the vast, empty sky. They were tough, self-reliant people, but they were not warriors looking for a fight. They were farmers, husbands and wives, carrying their most precious possessions, iron pots, family Bibles, and the seeds for next year's crop. They believed in the promise of the land, a promise whispered to them by men like Boone. They had no idea they were seen not as pioneers, but as an invasion, and that the land itself and its ancient guardians were preparing to demand a terrible price for their trespass. The whispers from this creek are powerful, but to give them a voice, you have to turn to the written record. The story isn't just in the soil, it's locked away in archives, in letters written by hands that trembled with grief and shock. I'm holding a copy of one such document. It's a letter from Captain William Russell to Colonel William Preston, dated October 12, 1773. The paper is a copy, but the original is as brittle as a dry leaf, the ink faded to the color of rust. This isn't just an old piece of correspondence, it is a dispatch from the edge of a nightmare. William Russell was another leader of the expedition, and his own son Henry was with James Boone that night. This is a letter from one father to the world, trying to make sense of the unthinkable. He writes of the search party and of the discovery. He describes the scene with the stark, horrified clarity of a man who can't unsee what he's witnessed. He calls the perpetrators inhuman and details how the boys were tortured in the most barbarous manner. This document is the key. It's the first official confirmation of the event, transforming local horror into historical fact. It verifies the location, the date, and the sheer savagery of the attack. It is a cold, hard piece of the past that proves the echoes here are real. But this letter, for all its terrible detail, raises a more profound question. It tells us what happened, but it doesn't tell us why. This wasn't just a raid for supplies or a swift, violent skirmish. The level of brutality described here was intentional. It was a message, written in blood. To understand that message, we have to look beyond the settlers' hopes and see this land through the eyes of the people who already called it home. To understand the horror described in that letter, you have to understand the land itself. To the Shawnee, the Cherokee, and the Delaware, Kentucky wasn't an empty paradise waiting for a master. It was Kentar-ten, the land of tomorrow, a sacred and vital hunting preserve. They didn't build their villages there, but it was their great commons, a shared cathedral of forest and meadow teeming with the buffalo, elk, and deer that sustained their people. Its borders were jealously guarded, and they called it the dark and bloody ground for a reason. When Daniel Boone's party of settlers snaked its way through the mountains, they were not seen as brave pioneers. They were seen as a plague. The Long Hunters had been one thing, solitary men who took some game and left. But this was different. This was a tide of axes and fences, of families and cabins. This was an army of permanence, an existential threat to a way of life that had existed for centuries. Every tree they felled, every patch of cane they cleared, was an act of war. Watching this slow-moving invasion was a war party, a coalition of Shawnee, Delaware, and Cherokee warriors. They were not a random band of marauders. They were the guardians of this land, men whose families depended on the game Boone's settlers were about to displace. They would have tracked the party for days, observing them with a mix of fury and contempt. The settlers' noisy, lumbering progress was an insult to the silence of the woods, a clear sign they did not belong. The decision to attack was a calculated one, and the decision to make it a spectacle of cruelty was a strategic one. They needed to send a message so terrifying that it would echo all the way back to the colonies in Virginia and Pennsylvania. They needed to turn the dream of Kentucky into a nightmare. When James Boone's small group separated from the main party, it offered the perfect opportunity. They weren't just going to kill the intruders, they were going to make their deaths a lesson. The barbarism Captain Russell would later describe in his letter wasn't mindless savagery. It was a deliberate act of psychological warfare designed to break the will of the invaders and burn the memory of this failure into Daniel Boone's soul forever. To understand a story this old, the paper trail can only take you so far. You have to find the people who have kept the story alive, not in books, but in memory. In a small town nestled in the Cumberland Gap, I found a local historian named Silas Blackwood. He's not an academic. He's a man whose family has lived in the shadow of these mountains since before Kentucky was a state. His knowledge comes from stories told on front porches, passed down from one generation to the next like a well-worn rifle. He looked over my copy of the Russell letter, his brow furrowed. "This is the white man's truth," he said, his voice raspy like dry leaves. "It tells you a storm came through and tore the roof off the barn. It doesn't tell you why the lightning chose to strike right there, right then." He explained that for 200 years, another version of the story has been whispered in these hills. a version that provides a motive far more terrifying than a simple land dispute. According to the tale passed down in his family, the war party wasn't just a random collection of warriors. It was led by a Shawnee warrior who was already carrying a deep and personal wound. The previous spring, his own son, a boy not much older than James Boone, had been killed during a skirmish with a party of white Long Hunters. For this man, the sight of Boone's settlers, an unstoppable wave of the very people who had taken his child, was not just a political threat. It was a personal desecration. This detail, passed down outside the official record, changes everything. The unspeakable acts committed on the bank of Wallens Creek were not just a strategic message of terror. They were a targeted, ritualistic act of revenge, a horrific mirror image of the warrior's own grief. It was meant to be a dark sacrament of an eye for an eye. It was designed specifically to make Daniel Boone, the great leader, feel the exact same hollowing loss that had destroyed his own life. The lightning wasn't random. It was aimed directly at a father's heart. On the night of October 9th, 1773, the air in the mountains grew cold. For the main body of settlers, it was a normal evening. Fires lit, guards posted, the familiar sounds of a camp settling in for the night. But miles away, a smaller group, including James Boone and Henry Russell, had separated from the others to chase down a stray horse and gather supplies. It was a routine task, the kind of thing these frontier boys had done 100 times before. They were capable, unafraid, and utterly oblivious that they were being watched. The war party had shadowed them for days, moving like ghosts through the forest. At its head, if the old stories are true, was a man whose heart was already a cold, dead stone. He was not just a warrior defending his land, he was a grieving father. And as he watched James Boone, the strong, promising son of the man leading this invasion, he saw not an enemy to be killed, but a debt to be collected. This was the moment he had been waiting for, a chance to make the world balance again in the only way he had left, through pain. The boys made camp by Wallens Creek, building a small fire against the chill. They were young men full of talk about the future, about the land they would clear and the homes they would build. They were confident in their skills, secure in their small bubble of firelight, believing the deep, dark woods around them were empty. You can almost hear their last conversation, the easy banter of youth on the edge of a great adventure. They fell asleep under a canopy of ancient trees, dreaming of a Kentucky that would never exist for them. The attack was not a battle, it was an execution. It came in that disorienting pre-dawn gray, a sudden explosion of violence that ripped the sleeping camp apart. There was no time to fight back, only to be overwhelmed by a wave of silent, purposeful fury. Several in the small party were cut down in their bedrolls, their lives extinguished before they were even fully awake. But James Boone and Henry Russell were not killed. They were seized, dragged from their blankets, their arms bound tight. This was the moment that sealed their fate. The skirmish was over. The warriors had won. They could have vanished back into the woods, leaving the bodies as a stark warning. But the leader's eyes fixed on the captured boys. In that instant, the strategic goal of terrorizing the settlers merged with the raw personal need for vengeance. The son of the leader for the son of the leader. A life for a life, a wound for a wound. The decision was made. The remaining captives were quickly and brutally dispatched, but James and Henry were kept alive. They were shoved toward the creek bank, their pleas and struggles met with stony silence. The point of no return had been crossed. This was no longer about land or resources. It had become a dark ritual, a sacrifice to be performed on the altar of grief. And the dawn that was about to break would bring not light, but a descent into an unimaginable hell. Up on the highway, there's a historical marker, a simple metal sign that gives you the cold, hard facts, the names, the date, the event. It's an official scar, an attempt to nail down this ghost to a specific point on a map. But the sign is for passing cars and tourists. It sanitizes the story. The real marker, the real testament to what happened, isn't up there on the roadside. It's down here by the water. I'm standing on the creek bank now. It's a small, flat clearing, barely big enough for a few men and a campfire. The river stones are smooth and grey, worn down by countless years of flowing water. It's a perfect place to camp, naturally sheltered, which is exactly why the boys would have chosen it. This little patch of ground is the only physical evidence that's left. This is the stage. There are no monuments here, no weathered cross, no pile of stones to mark the spot. Nature has reclaimed it all. But standing here, you feel it. This isn't just a place, it's a crime scene. The silence is different. It's heavier. You can almost feel the weight of what this soil has absorbed. Right here. This is where it happened. And each of these smooth, silent stones is a silent testament to the chaos of that morning, a witness to an act so cruel that it would stain this ground forever. The fire on the creek bank was no longer a source of warmth or comfort. It had become a spotlight on a stage of unimaginable cruelty. James Boone and Henry Russell were bound, the last glimmers of hope extinguished from their eyes. Their captors moved not with the frantic energy of a raid, but with a chilling deliberateness, a sense of grim ceremony. This was not going to be a quick end. This was going to be a lesson. The work began. The first sound was not a scream, but a sharp, choked cry that was swallowed by the vast, indifferent wilderness. The violence that followed was methodical. It was not the hot-blooded rage of a battle, but the cold, patient work of men intent on deconstruction. The sounds that carried across the water were not those of a fight, but of something being systematically taken apart. The fire threw their silhouettes against the ancient sycamores, long, distorted shadows that flinched and writhed in a terrible dance. The sharp, clean scent of pine from the fire was soon corrupted by something else, a smell of scorching that was deeply, fundamentally wrong, an odor of violation that clung to the damp night air. It was the smell of something sacred being made profane. The boys' voices, which had pleaded and begged, had broken. Now, the only sounds were guttural, involuntary responses to a pain beyond the limits of language. It was the sound of humanity being stripped away, layer by layer, until only the raw nerve of existence remained. The warriors worked in near silence, their movements economical and precise, as if following the steps of a dark and ancient ritual. Then, a new sound. The heavy, rhythmic impact of wood against bone and flesh. It was a dull, percussive beat in the heart of the night, sickeningly methodical. A sound of absolute finality, repeated until it was no longer necessary. And then, the abrupt and total silence that followed was more horrifying than any of the sounds that had preceded it. The shadows detached from the trees and melted back into the forest as silently as they had come. They left behind a scene of profound devastation. All that remained was the whispering creek, the dying fire casting a weak orange glow, and two shapes on the ground that no longer resembled boys. A single leather moccasin lay on its side, yards from the fire, a small, lonely testament to a final, futile struggle. This was a story told with knives and arrows. Every wound was a word, every desecration a sentence, arranged to form a single, terrifying message. It was a message intended for one reader, Daniel Boone. When he and the search party finally arrived, they would not find the bodies of enemies slain in battle. They would find a carefully crafted monument to hatred, a masterpiece of revenge designed to do more than kill a son. It was designed to kill a father's soul. After the raw horror of a place like Wallen's Creek, you come inside. You go to the quiet, climate-controlled rooms of a historical society where the past is filed away in acid-free folders. You look for the official story. Here, the chaos of that October morning is flattened, pressed between pages, and tamed by the formal language of the 18th century. You find depositions, journal entries, and the same letter from William Russell, now treated as a piece of evidence. The language is always the same. It's stark, formal, and designed to strip away the emotion. A report might state that James Boone, deceased, was discovered by the search party. It lists the names of the dead as if taking inventory. It describes the state of the bodies with a detached, clinical precision that is almost as chilling as the act itself. The report simply lists the cause of death as injuries sustained during an attack by hostile natives. Injuries sustained. It's a phrase meant to create distance. It doesn't mention the fire or the deliberate, methodical nature of the violence. It doesn't capture the image of Daniel Boone kneeling in the dirt next to what was left of his firstborn son, a man whose heart was just ripped out of his chest. The official record has no language for that kind of grief. This is the fundamental conflict of telling these stories. The documents give us the bones, the names, the dates, the locations. But they are silent on the most important truths. They don't record the sound of a father's cry echoing through the woods. They don't capture the cold, calculating fury of a warrior seeking his own dark justice. They record an incident, but they miss the humanity. And for the men on that expedition, the official record wasn't nearly enough. The law of the settlements was slow and distant. The law of the frontier was about to be enforced. There was no manhunt, not in the way we think of one, with a determined posse riding out in a cloud of dust, crying for vengeance. The reality was far more grim. After Daniel Boone and his men buried what was left of their sons in the cold, hard wilderness, the spirit of the expedition was broken. The message of terror sent from the banks of Wallen's Creek had been received, loud and clear. They turned back. The dream of Kentucky was drowned in blood, and the retreat back through the Cumberland Gap was a silent, shuffling funeral procession. But the story traveled faster than they did. It moved from one isolated cabin to the next, a spark in dry tinder. The cold, official language of Captain Russell's letter was transformed on the lips of the frontiersmen. Injuries sustained became torn to pieces. Hostile natives became devils from hell. The names of James Boone and Henry Russell became a rallying cry, a justification for a hatred that had long been simmering. The law's pursuit didn't come from a sheriff's office. It came from the governor's mansion in Virginia. Lord Dunmore, the royal governor, saw the massacre not just as a tragedy, but as an opportunity. The dry reports from the frontier were all the pretext he needed to unleash the full force of the colonial militia. There was no courtroom, no judge, no jury. The courtroom was the War Council, and the verdict had been decided long before the trial. The hunt wasn't for a handful of warriors. It was for the entire Shawnee and Mingo nations. The following year, in 1774, Lord Dunmore's War erupted, a brutal campaign to break the power of the tribes in the Ohio Valley and force them to cede their rights to Kentucky. Thousands of militiamen were mobilized, their resolve hardened by stories like the one from Wallen's Creek. The pursuit was a scorched earth campaign. The verdict was delivered at the Battle of Point Pleasant, a bloody, day-long engagement that shattered the tribe's resistance. The law of the frontier had rendered its judgment not with a gavel, but with the butt of a long rifle. The price for James Boone's life was a war that would change the map of America forever. You might think a story this important, a sacrifice this foundational, would have a marker, a stone cross, a simple plaque by the creek. But you can search the woods around Wallen's Creek all day, and you will find nothing. James Boone has no grave. He was buried where he fell, wrapped in a blanket, and returned to the cold, unforgiving earth of the wilderness he had come to claim. His only tombstone is this creek bank, and his only memorial is the story itself, a ghost that still haunts this patch of ground. The wilderness that promised him a future ended up swallowing him whole. His father, however, is not so hard to find. Travel 200 miles north to the Frankfort Cemetery, in the very heart of the Kentucky Daniel Boone opened to the world. There, on a high bluff overlooking the Kentucky River, is a grand, imposing monument. Carved stone panels depict scenes from his life, and a towering obelisk reaches for the sky. This is where they brought him back, decades after he died in Missouri, a man who had lost all his Kentucky land claims to lawyers and speculators. In death, the state he founded reclaimed him as its primary symbol. The irony is as deep as a mountain valley. The father rests in a place of honor, a tourist attraction where his legend is preserved in stone for all to see. The son, whose horrific death was the bloody price of that legend, has no resting place at all. One is celebrated, the other is anonymous, his bones long since surrendered to the roots of the sycamores. And what of the warriors who took his life? Their graves are scattered across a continent, the unmarked resting places of a people displaced by the very tide Daniel Boone unleashed. This vast distance between the father's monument and the son's lost grave tells its own story. It is the story of what came after the grief, the long, hard years of a man who had to carry the memory of that creek bank with him every day of his life. It raises the final, haunting question: what happens to a man who survives the unsurvivable? For Daniel Boone, the retreat from Wallen's Creek was not an end. It was a vow. The grief from that day settled into him, not like a soft sadness, but like a hard piece of iron in his soul. It became the fuel that would drive him for the rest of his life. He had to go back. He had to finish what he started, as if conquering the land that took his son was the only way to quiet the boy's ghost. 2 years later, in 1775, he was back, blazing the wilderness road and raising the walls of a fort called Boonesborough on the banks of the Kentucky River. But the world he built was not the Eden he had dreamed of. It was a fortress. The hope of 1773 was replaced by the grim reality of survival in a war zone. Life was lived with one ear, always listening for a sound that didn't belong, the snap of a twig, the call of a bird that wasn't quite right. The long shadow of that massacre by the creek fell over everything. Every time a child strayed too far from the fort walls, the memory of what happened to James would have returned to Daniel like a fever. The Shawnee had been forced to cede Kentucky by treaty after Lord Dunmore's war, but a piece of paper meant nothing when their way of life was at stake. The fighting didn't stop. It just became more desperate, more personal. The shadow touched Boone's family again in 1776, when his own daughter Jemima was captured by warriors and dragged away from the fort. Boone led a frantic, relentless pursuit and rescued her, but it was a terrifying echo of the past, a reminder that the war was never far away. The ultimate proof of that long shadow came 9 years after James's death, at the disastrous Battle of Blue Licks in 1782. By then, Boone was a seasoned commander, a living legend. But on that day, against his better judgment, he was goaded into a reckless charge against a combined force of British and native warriors. It was a slaughter, and in the chaos of the retreat, Boone's other son, Israel, who was fighting at his side, was shot from his horse. Daniel, under a hail of fire, tried to carry his son's body from the field, but it was too late. He had to leave another son behind on the dark and bloody ground. The cycle of violence that began on the banks of Wallen's Creek had come full circle, claiming another of his children. The story of Boone in Kentucky is not one of triumph. It is a story of a man who won a country but lost a family, a man who lived the rest of his days under a shadow so long the sun could never truly reach him again. To most of America, the legacy that grew from that bloody creek bank is simple and clear. It's the story of Daniel Boone the Pathfinder, the brave frontiersman who faced down a savage wilderness to bring the light of civilization westward. In this telling, James Boone is a martyr, an innocent lamb sacrificed on the altar of manifest destiny. It's a clean, heroic narrative, the kind you carve into monuments and teach in schoolbooks. It's the story of a hero who persevered through unimaginable loss to found a state. But that's not the only story this land remembers. To this day, if you speak to descendants of the Shawnee, the people who were driven from their sacred hunting grounds, you will hear a very different legacy. In their story, Daniel Boone isn't a hero. He's the architect of an invasion. He wasn't a pioneer. He was the leader of a band of trespassers who ignored every warning to turn back. In this version of the story, the attack at Wallens Creek was not an act of random cruelty. It was a desperate, violent act of defense, a last-ditch effort to protect a way of life from being extinguished. And that's where the memory gets truly complicated, tangled up in the tale of the grieving warrior who may have led the attack. Was it an act of unprovoked savagery? Or was it a terrible symmetrical act of revenge, a wound for a wound? In one legacy, he is a nameless, faceless monster. In another, he is a father, driven to madness by his own loss, inflicting the very same pain that had been inflicted upon him. He becomes a dark mirror of Daniel Boone himself. So which story is true? The hero or the invader? The martyr or the trespasser? The hard truth is, the answer depends entirely on which side of the Cumberland Gap your ancestors stood. The truth is a matter of perspective. One man's pioneer is another man's destroyer. One man's tragedy is another man's last stand. The war for Kentucky didn't end when the shooting stopped. It continues to this day, fought not with rifles and tomahawks, but with the stories we choose to tell and the ghosts we choose to honor. A story this brutal can't live forever as just a set of facts. The human mind can't hold on to that much sharp-edged horror. Over time, it has to be reshaped. The pain has to be dulled, the events smoothed over, until the history becomes something else entirely, a legend. And that's exactly what happened here. The true, documented story of James Boone's death became the seed for 100 years of local ghost stories and cautionary tales. Locals will tell you not to camp by Wallens Creek, especially not in October. They say that if you come down here at dusk, when the light is failing and the mist starts to rise off the water, you have to be quiet and listen. They say you might hear something on the wind that isn't the wind, a thin crying sound. Some say it's the ghost of a young boy, forever lost, forever calling out for a father who came too late. Fishermen have talked for generations about a cold spot near the bank, a patch of air that stays chilled even on the hottest summer day. It's the haint of Wallens Creek, a permanent scar of sorrow left on the landscape. Over the decades, the story also became a tool, a boogeyman with a real name used by parents to keep their children close. Don't you wander off, a mother would warn, or what happened to the Boone boy will happen to you. The names might have gotten jumbled, the details blurred, but the core lesson remained. The wilderness is not your friend. Danger is silent, and it is always watching. The story became a fence, built of fear, to keep the next generation safe from the same fate. This is the final stage of a story's life. This is where history dissolves. The real James Boone, the 16-year-old boy full of hope for the future, is gone. In his place is a mournful spirit, a whisper in the trees. The complex, grieving Shawnee warrior is gone, replaced by a faceless shadow that stalks the woods. This is what happens when history is too painful to remember clearly. It gets turned into a haunting so that the community can forget the facts, but never, ever forget the feeling of that terrible morning. And so, we're back where we started, on the banks of Wallens Creek. The water still moves over the stones, and the wind still whispers through the sycamores. But it doesn't sound peaceful to me anymore. After peeling back the layers of history, of memory, and of legend, I understand what the echoes are saying now. The peace you feel here is a lie. It's just the silence that comes after a scream has finally faded. This isn't just the place where a boy died. This is the place where the myth of the peaceful frontier died with him. It's the place where Daniel Boone the man was forged, a man who would be haunted by this ground for the rest of his days. It's a story of grief, a story of revenge, and a story that reminds us that the history of this land wasn't a clean, heroic adventure. It was a messy, brutal, human tragedy, filled with fathers who lost their sons on both sides of the conflict. The next time you drive through these mountains and see a quiet little creek by the side of the road, or pass a forgotten historical marker, remember this one. Remember that these places aren't empty. They are libraries, filled with stories that are more terrible and more true than any legend you've ever been told. You just have to be willing to stop and listen to the silence. The boy is gone. The father's grief has long since turned to dust. The warrior's vengeance is forgotten. But the dark and bloody ground remembers. And the story remains. In the coal-dusted hollows of eastern Kentucky, whispers followed Luana Mooney like a cold mountain fog. Death was her constant companion. One husband died in a fiery car crash. Another, from a gunshot wound, ruled a suicide. A lover was consumed by a house fire that left her miraculously unscathed. Was she the unluckiest woman in all of Appalachia, cursed by some dark mountain hex? Or was the simple, tired-looking woman a calculating predator, collecting insurance policies like funeral bouquets? Today, we separate the chilling facts from the folk legend to uncover the truth behind the woman they called the Black Widow. To understand the darkness that followed, you first have to understand the world that Luana and her first husband, Jim Muncie, inhabited in the early 1970s. Pike County, Kentucky, was a land of stark contrasts. Breathtaking mountains, ancient and stoic, cradled valleys choked with the grit of the coal industry. The air itself seemed heavy, a mix of damp earth, wood smoke, and the ever-present metallic tang of the mines. Life here was carved out of the rock, and it was just as unyielding. Jim Muncie was a product of this world, an ordinary man, which in Pike County meant he was extraordinarily tough. He likely spent his days deep in the earth, his face permanently smudged with coal dust, his hands calloused and strong. He was the kind of man who worked without complaint, because complaining didn't pay the bills or put food on the table. His dreams were probably simple: a steady paycheck, a warm house, and seeing his children grow up with a little more opportunity than he had. He was the backbone of Appalachia, the silent, hard-working man upon which everything was built. In this life, Luana was the quintessential miner's wife. From the outside, she fit the mold perfectly. She kept a home, raised a family, and bore the quiet anxieties that came with loving a man who worked in one of the most dangerous professions on earth. Neighbors saw a plain, unassuming woman, her face etched with the same weary resignation as so many others in the holler. She was part of the community, another soul bound to the rhythm of the mine whistle and the slow turning of the seasons. But the hollers are more than just collections of houses. They are intricate webs of observation. Nothing goes unseen. Every family's struggle, every hushed argument, every small joy is noted and filed away in the collective memory of the community. People survived by leaning on each other, but that closeness meant there were no secrets. The community was a safety net, but it could also be a cage where everyone knew your past and watched your future. And beneath the surface of this hardscrabble existence, a dangerous current flowed. In a world where a man's life was a daily gamble against collapsing rock and failing equipment, death was never a stranger. It was a practical matter. Life insurance wasn't an abstract financial tool. It was often the only legacy a man could leave his family, the one final payday earned with his very life. And for a mind that saw the world not as it was, but as a series of problems to be solved, this grim reality held a terrible, hidden logic. Little did anyone know, Luana Mooney wasn't just living in this world, she was studying it. After Jim Muncie's car plunged into that ravine, the initial reaction in the holler was exactly what you'd expect, a wave of genuine, heartfelt sympathy. Casseroles appeared on Luana's doorstep. Neighbors offered to watch the children. The church ladies spoke in hushed, sorrowful tones about the poor widow. In Appalachia, community is the bedrock of survival, and when one of their own falls, everyone feels the tremor. Luana played the part of the grieving widow well, her face a mask of quiet devastation. But memories in the mountains are as long as a winter's night, and observation is a finely honed skill. The first whispers weren't accusations, they were just questions. A few of the older men who'd known Jim his whole life scratched their beards and wondered aloud how a man who knew those treacherous roads like the back of his hand could have made such a fatal mistake. The talk was quiet, confined to front porches after sundown, but it was there. Then came the matter of the insurance. No one begrudged a widow her due, but the speed with which Luana settled the claim raised an eyebrow or two. It seemed too efficient, too businesslike for a woman supposedly crippled by grief. The most potent silence came from the Munsey clan itself. Families in these parts are fiercely loyal, woven together by blood and shared hardship. They closed ranks, supporting Jim's children, but a subtle coldness was directed at their mother. Perhaps they remembered old arguments over money, or the way Luana seemed to pull Jim away from his kin. They never said a word against her publicly. That wasn't the way. But their support felt obligatory, their embraces lacking warmth. They watched her, their gazes heavy with an unspoken history that only they knew. This fertile ground of quiet doubt was all it took for rumors to take root and grow like kudzu. Whispers began to slither through the community, each retelling adding a new, darker detail. I heard they were fighting something awful the night before the crash, someone might say at the general store. Heard he was talking about leaving her, another might add. There was no proof, no evidence for any of it. But in a place where gossip travels faster than a telephone call, truth and speculation soon became hopelessly entangled. The sympathy began to curdle into suspicion. Every word was another dry twig laid carefully at Luana's doorstep, just waiting for a spark. A few years passed, and the quiet murmurs about Jim Munsey's death might have faded into the background hum of mountain life. But Luana made a move so audacious it snapped the community to attention. She found comfort, and then a new husband, in the arms of Norman Munsey, her late husband's cousin. In a place where bloodlines are sacred and certain boundaries are never crossed, this union was a scandal. It felt wrong, a violation of memory and respect that sent a jolt through the Munsey clan and the entire holler. Norman, however, seemed blissfully unaware of the shadow he was stepping into. He was a man clearly smitten and perhaps a little naive. He started talking, bragging to his buddies over a beer after a long shift. He told them how Luana had taken out a new life insurance policy on him, a policy for a sum that was staggering by Pike County standards. He'd laugh it off, saying, "She just loves me so much, she's terrified of losing me." To his friends, hearing those words, a cold dread began to settle in. It sounded less like a term of endearment and more like a valuation. Then came the day the laughing stopped. Norman Munsey was found dead in their trailer. The official report delivered a verdict that was clinical, simple, and to everyone who lived there, utterly unbelievable. Suicide. A single gunshot wound. But the official story crumbled the second it hit the grapevine. The rumor, spreading like wildfire from the first person who saw the body to the last person in the county, was that the wound wasn't where a man could put it himself. The old-timers in Pikeville shook their heads, their faces grim. "A man don't shoot himself in the back of the head," they'd say, their voices low and certain. This was the point of no return. The death of Jim Munsey had been a question mark. The death of Norman Munsey was an exclamation point. The community's unspoken verdict was delivered. Luana was no longer just an unlucky widow. She was something else, something to be feared. The whispers about a curse were replaced by a chilling certainty of something far more human and far more sinister. The law might have closed the case, but in the court of mountain opinion, the first drops of blood had stained Luana Mooney's hands, and the stain was never going to wash out. By the time Luana took up with Curtis Copley, the cloud of suspicion around her had grown dark and heavy. They lived together in a dilapidated house on the edge of town, a place that seemed to sag under the weight of its own decay. It was the kind of house that old-timers would say had a misery about it, where the floorboards groaned with untold stories and the windows looked out like vacant eyes. For Curtis, it was just a place to live. For Luana, it was a stage for her next and most terrifying act. On the afternoon before the fire, a neighbor saw something strange. Luana was making trips from the house to an old shed out back, carrying boxes and bundles wrapped in blankets. The neighbor didn't think much of it at the time. Maybe she was just cleaning out some old junk. But the image stuck in her mind. The methodical way Luana moved, her face a blank, unreadable mask. It wasn't the hurried work of spring cleaning. It was the careful, deliberate action of someone salvaging valuables from a sinking ship. That night, the house didn't just catch fire, it exploded. One moment, there was the quiet dark of the holler. The next, a roar as the old, dry wood surrendered to the flames. The house went up like a paper lantern soaked in kerosene, tearing a furious orange hole in the night sky. Windows burst, sending showers of glass into the yard. The heat was so intense it buckled the tin roof, which peeled back with a scream of tortured metal. It wasn't just a fire, it was an erasure. And then came the figure running down the dirt road, a woman in a nightgown, her silhouette framed against the inferno. It was Luana, her voice a piercing shriek, crying for help, for someone to save Curtis. She was the picture of terror and desperation, collapsing into the arms of the first neighbors to arrive, her body racked with sobs. She told a frantic story of waking up to smoke and heat, of barely managing to jump from a window as the floor gave way behind her. A miraculous escape. When the volunteer fire truck finally arrived, there was nothing they could do but watch the structure collapse in on itself, hissing and spitting into a smoldering pile of black bones. They poured water on the glowing embers, the steam rising into the night like departing ghosts. It took hours for the scene to cool enough for them to search the ruins. Inside, amidst the charred timbers and ash, they found what was left of Curtis Copley. He was discovered in the remains of his bed, a blackened shape that was barely recognizable as human. The question hung in the smoky air, unspoken, but felt by everyone there. Why didn't he run? Why didn't he even try to get out? The fire had been a monster, but it hadn't been silent. Yet Curtis had never moved. The whispers that followed were no longer whispers. They were spoken aloud, in tones of dread and certainty. People remembered the boxes Luana had moved. They replayed her frantic performance on the road, and it now seemed hollow, rehearsed. The talk of the evil eye returned, the legend of the woman who brought death to any man who shared her bed. Luana Mooney was no longer just a woman followed by tragedy. She was the tragedy itself, a walking, breathing folktale of Appalachian horror. The sun rose on a black, jagged wound in the heart of the holler. Where Curtis Copley's house had stood was now just a steaming skeletal ruin. The smell of wet ash and finality clung to the morning air. Investigators, what few the county had, poked through the debris, their faces grim. They found the remains of a wood stove, some twisted bed springs, and the charred remnants of a simple life. The fire had been too hot, too complete. It had consumed everything, including any shred of concrete evidence. The official explanation when it came was a shrug of the shoulders in paper form. Faulty wiring, perhaps. A stray ember from the stove. In a land of old wooden houses and overworked wiring, it was a plausible and convenient conclusion. It was ruled a tragic accident. Case closed. The system, lacking the tools or the will to dig deeper, moved on. Luana Mooney collected another insurance payment, a modest sum for a house and a life that had been reduced to cinders. In the days that followed, Luana played her role to perfection. She was the shattered survivor, the woman haunted by loss, her voice a fragile whisper. But those watching her saw something else. They saw that her grief was a garment she put on in the morning and took off at night. Her eyes, when she thought no one was looking, were not filled with sorrow, but with a cold, clear focus. She was a woman with a plan, and the ashes of her old life were simply the foundation for her next one. The community rendered a different verdict. The whispers were over. Now there was a wall of silence. When Luana walked into the general store, conversations would cease. Mothers would pull their children a little closer. Men who might have once offered a polite nod now stared straight through her, their faces hard as granite. The silent shunning was a form of mountain justice, a way of casting someone out without ever laying a hand on them. She had become a ghost in her own town, a living pariah. She was now more legend than person. The Black Widow of Pikeville was a name spoken in hushed tones, a story told to frighten restless children and warn young men. She was the embodiment of the darkness that could hide behind a plain face, a boogeyman born from their own community. The fear was palpable. Who would be next? What man would be foolish enough to get tangled in her web? It seemed impossible, and yet, in the desperate poverty of Appalachia, there was always someone willing to take a gamble, someone who believed they could outsmart the devil herself. Michael Adkins didn't die. Wounded and bleeding, fueled by a primal will to live, he stumbled through the dark woods, every rustle of leaves sounding like his executioner returning. He finally collapsed on the doorstep of a remote house, his plea for help a ragged gasp. That desperate cry for help was the shot that finally broke the silence, the one that the law could not ignore. It reached the ears of Pike County Sheriff Charles Fuzzy Kesey, a man who had been carrying the weight of Luana's story for years. For Kesey, the rumors were more than just holler gossip. They were a series of ghosts he couldn't lay to rest. Michael Adkins, alive and talking, was the proof he had been waiting for. The hunt began immediately, but it wasn't for Luana. Kesey was smarter than that. He knew Luana was a fortress, her walls built of lies and feigned innocence. The weak point, the unlocked gate, was the hired help, Danny Lee Ross. Deputies found him easily. He wasn't a hardened criminal hiding in some mountain cave. He was a scared young man, haunted by what he had done, and he folded the moment the law cornered him. There was no fight left in him, only the sickening weight of his conscience. They brought Ross back to the sheriff's office, the air thick with the smell of stale coffee and impending justice. Under the harsh fluorescent lights, away from Luana's influence, the dam of his fear finally burst. The story came pouring out in a torrent of guilt and terror. He told them everything. He described the cold, methodical way Luana had laid out the plan, her voice calm as she discussed the best way to kill her husband. He talked about the promise of money, a sum that must have seemed like a fortune to a young man with no prospects. He recounted the botched ambush, the look in Michael Adkins's eyes, and his own panicked flight. With every word Ross spoke, the web of rumor and myth that had protected Luana for a decade was being systematically dismantled and replaced by a cold, hard chain of evidence. Sheriff Kesey now had a confession, a motive, and a living victim. The ghosts of Norman Muncie and Curtis Copley and Jim Muncie now had a voice. The posse had been formed, not of men with rifles, but of sworn statements and legal warrants. The hunt for the Black Widow was finally on. The arrest itself was eerily quiet. There were no sirens, no dramatic showdown. The deputies pulled up to her small house, the place where she must have felt untouchable. They found her there, the picture of simple domesticity. But when she saw Sheriff Kesey at her door for the first time, a flicker of something other than grief or innocence crossed her face. It was the cold, flat look of a predator that knows it has been trapped. There was no struggle, no denial, no tears. She listened impassively as they read the charges, her hands held out for the cuffs as if she were merely accepting a package. As the cold steel clicked shut around her wrists, a silence fell over the holler. The hunt was over. The Black Widow was in a cage. The trial of Luana Mooney wasn't just a legal proceeding. It was an Appalachian spectacle. The old Pikeville courthouse, a building that had seen its share of feuds and moonshine cases, became the epicenter of the county's universe. Every day, the courtroom was packed to the rafters with people from every surrounding holler. They came not just to see justice done, but to get a look at the woman who had haunted their imaginations for over a decade. armed deputies lined the walls, their presence a testament to the tension that crackled in the thick, un-air-conditioned room. This was more than a trial. It was a reckoning. The prosecution, led by a lawyer who understood the mountain psyche, methodically built their case, brick by damning brick. They laid out the timeline of death and profit. First Jim Muncie, then the insurance check, then Norman Muncie and a larger check, then Curtis Copley and another payout. Finally, the attempt on Michael Adkins. They painted a portrait of a ruthless predator who used men not for love or companionship, but as disposable assets in a long-term financial plan. With Danny Lee Ross's trembling confession and Michael Adkins's harrowing testimony from the stand, the prosecution locked the cage door. The defense attorneys had an impossible task. They couldn't deny the Adkins plot, so they tried to shift the blame, portraying Luana as a simple, uneducated woman who was the victim of a cruel fate and the manipulations of others. They attacked Ross's character, painting him as a liar, trying to save his own skin by implicating a poor, unfortunate widow. They tried to create a fog of reasonable doubt, but it was like trying to stop a flood with a handful of sand. Throughout it all, Luana Mooney sat at the defense table, a small, still figure at the center of the storm. She showed no fear, no remorse, no emotion at all. While witnesses described her cold-blooded plans and men recounted their near-death experiences, she just watched, her face a placid mask. Her silence was more chilling than any confession. It was the unnerving calm of someone who believed she was above the judgment of ordinary men. She was not a cornered animal. She was a queen observing a tedious, predictable ceremony. After the closing arguments, the jury filed out, and a heavy silence descended on the courtroom. The wait wasn't long. When they returned, the foreman, a stern-faced coal miner, wouldn't look at Luana. He handed the paper to the clerk, whose voice cut through the tension. On the charge of conspiracy to murder Michael Adkins, guilty. On the charge of murdering Norman Muncie, guilty. A collective breath was released in the room, not a cheer, but a deep, shuddering sigh of relief and finality. Luana Mooney was sentenced to life in prison, the law of men finally catching up to her. But was it truly justice? The court had spoken on two of her victims. The ghosts of Jim Muncie and Curtis Copley, however, remained in the legal shadows, their deaths officially ruled accidents. The law had delivered its precise, limited verdict. But the people of the mountains, who had watched and whispered for years, knew the full, terrible score. The Black Widow was caged, but the question would always linger in the hollows. Had the system truly delivered justice, or had it just closed the book on the final bloody chapter? Luana Mooney's story didn't end with the sound of a gavel. She was transferred to the Kentucky Correctional Institute for Women, where she lived out the rest of her days in the sterile silence of a prison cell. For over 2 decades, she remained a cipher. She never confessed, never offered an apology, never gave any insight into the darkness that had driven her. She died in 2005, a quiet, anonymous end for a woman who had caused so much chaos. She took her secrets with her to a prison grave, leaving behind only a legacy of death and unanswered questions. The echoes of her life, however, still ripple through Pike County. Michael Adkins, the man who survived, became a reluctant legend. He was forever known as the one who got away, a living testament to Luana's evil and the one loose thread that unraveled her entire murderous tapestry. Her own children were also victims, forever branded by their mother's sins. Her son Danny, a pawn in her final failed plot, paid for his loyalty with a prison sentence of his own, his life irrevocably broken by the woman who should have protected him. The physical scars on the landscape have faded, but they haven't vanished. The old courthouse still stands in the center of Pikeville, and people will still point to its windows and say, "That's where they finally convicted the Black Widow." The treacherous mountain road where Jim Muncie died still claims cars in the winter ice. And if you ask the right old-timer, They can still show you the overgrown, empty patch of land where a house once burned to the ground, a place that feels colder than the surrounding woods, even on a summer day. But the most indelible trace Luana left behind is her name. In the hollows of eastern Kentucky, Luana Mooney is more than just a name. It's a cautionary tale, a piece of modern folklore. It's a shorthand for a heartless woman, a boogeyman used to warn men about who they trust. Her name has been woven into the very fabric of the place, a dark thread in a rich tapestry of mountain history. And in the old cemeteries, you can still find the weathered tombstones of her husbands, silent stone markers in a story of greed and murder. They stand as quiet, irrefutable proof that even though most of the world has forgotten, the mountains remember everything. So we come back to the question that hung in the air at the very beginning. Was Luana Mooney a woman cursed by fate, or was she a cold-blooded predator hiding in plain sight? The evidence leaves no room for doubt. There was no mountain hex, no evil eye. The curse was her own calculated greed, a chilling emptiness where a human heart should have been. But the more unsettling question is the one that has no easy answer. Was she born a monster? Or was she forged in the crushing poverty of the coal fields? In a world where a man's life was often valued at little more than his next paycheck, perhaps she simply saw her husband's as another dark seam to be mined for profit. The story of the Black Widow of Pikeville is more than just a chilling true crime tale. It is a profoundly Appalachian story about the darkness that can fester behind a quiet, unassuming facade. It's a testament to the fact that for a full decade, the only justice her victims received was in the whispers of the community. The holler knew. The law needed a confession and a survivor, but the people, with their long memories and watchful eyes, had passed their verdict years earlier. It serves as a stark reminder that the most terrifying monsters don't lurk in the shadows of the deep woods. They sit on the front porch, they shop at the same store, and they know your name. This is a story of cruelty, yes, but it is also a story about the resilience of a place and its people. It's a story that has been absorbed by the very mountains that witnessed it all. A cautionary tale that will be told as long as there are campfires to gather around and cold nights to whisper in. The names on the tombstones will fade, but the echo of Luana Mooney's reign of terror serves as a permanent warning. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. When the gun smoke cleared over the Tug Fork River, one Hatfield lay dead on the ferry landing, put there by another. The killer wasn't some long-hated McCoy. He was the law itself, Sheriff Bud Hatfield, and the man bleeding out in the dirt was his own cousin. This single act raises a chilling question that echoes through the hollows to this day. How does a man forged in the fires of the Hatfield feud, a clan that valued blood above all else, bring himself to kill his own family for a tin star? The newspapers of the day called it justice. But those who lived in the shadows of the mountains whispered a different story. A story of a kinslayer, a man who made a deal with the devil, a traitor who sold his soul. Today, we will separate the facts from the folklore to find the truth behind the most feared and complicated lawman in Appalachian history. To understand the man, you have to understand the silence that fell after the storm. By the turn of the 20th century, the great Hatfield-McCoy feud was over. The shooting had mostly stopped. The famous raids were now just stories told to wide-eyed children. But the peace was a fragile, wounded thing. It was a land of long memories and short tempers, where a man's last name was more important than any law written in a book. The Tug Fork Valley was a world unto itself, a labyrinth of creeks and hollows where families lived by codes carved into their very bones over generations. Justice wasn't found in a courthouse. It was settled in a cornfield, on a riverbank, or at the dark end of a lonely mountain path. In this world of simmering grudges lived William Anderson Hatfield, known to all as Bud. He was not a patriarch like his famous cousin, Devil Anse. He was a younger man, molded by the feud's final bloody years. He had seen the cost of hot-blooded pride firsthand. While his kin were known for their booming laughs and explosive tempers, Bud was different. He was quiet, watchful. He moved through the woods not like a man, but like a shadow, his eyes missing nothing. He didn't boast of his skill with a pistol. He simply practiced, hour after hour, until the Colt revolver felt like an extension of his own hand. He learned the mountains as a hunter, but he wasn't just tracking deer. He was learning how men think when they're being hunted, where they hide when they're scared, and the fatal mistakes they make when they believe they're safe. He was absorbing the brutal lessons of the feud, not as a brawler, but as a student of violence. He was a weapon being forged in the quiet aftermath of a war, waiting for a purpose. His world was one of clan loyalty, where the only thing that mattered was protecting your own, no matter the cost. But a new sound was beginning to echo through the mountains, a sound louder than a rifle shot. It was the chugging of steam engines and the grinding of machinery. Coal companies with their fat checkbooks and their armies of private detectives from agencies like Baldwin Felts were pushing their way into the hills. They saw the mountains not as a home, but as a treasure chest to be cracked open. They brought with them a new kind of law, corporate law, and they had no patience for the old ways of the clans. The world that had created Bud Hatfield was about to be devoured, and he would soon have to make a choice that no Hatfield had ever faced. The conflict that would define Bud Hatfield's life didn't begin with a single gunshot. Its seeds were planted generations before, deep in the rocky Appalachian soil. The Hatfields, like many of the Scots-Irish families who first dared to cross the mountains, carved a kingdom for themselves, not with a pen and a deed, but with an axe and a long rifle. This land wasn't just property. It was their lifeblood, their fortress, and their identity. They owed allegiance to no distant government. They were kings of their own hollows, and they held their land with a fierce, possessive grip that outsiders could never understand. The deepest scar on this landscape was the Civil War. While the nation tore itself apart, the borderlands between West Virginia and Kentucky became a brutal theater of guerrilla warfare. The Hatfields were fiercely Confederate, seeing the Union as an invading force trying to impose its will upon them. Devil Anse himself led a band of irregulars, the Logan Wildcats, who fought a vicious war in the hills long after the main armies had gone home. They weren't just fighting for a political cause, they were fighting for their own sovereignty against any and all outside control. This deep-seated division bled directly into the Hatfield-McCoy feud. At its heart, it was a continuation of the war on a more personal scale, with the largely Confederate Hatfields pitted against the largely Unionist McCoys. The conflict was fueled by old loyalties and betrayals that the rest of the country was trying to forget. For these families, the war never ended. It simply smoldered under the surface, waiting for any spark, a stolen pig, a forbidden romance, to erupt into a full-blown inferno. In this world, a family name was everything. It was a heavy cloak of obligation and pride worn from birth. And to be a Hatfield meant you lived by an unwritten, unbreakable code. It meant you stood by your kin, right or wrong. It meant you settled your own scores, answered insults with your fists or your gun, and never backed down from a fight. Above all, it meant you never, ever turned to an outside lawman for justice, and you certainly never became one. The law was the enemy, the outsider, the threat to the clan's power. This was the legacy Bud Hatfield was born into, a legacy of fierce independence, deep suspicion, and a sworn duty to put blood before all else. The end of the feud didn't bring unity. It left a vacuum. With no common enemy to fight, the old clans began to turn on themselves. The Tugfork Valley became a tangled web of personal slights and simmering resentments. The supporting cast wasn't just Hatfield and McCoy anymore. It was the Hatfields who sold timber rights to the coal companies versus the Hatfields who refused. It was the families who wanted schools and roads versus the families who saw every change as an invasion. It was a community teetering on a knife's edge, where everyone was watching everyone else, waiting for the first sign of weakness or betrayal. At the center of the old guard's resistance was Bud's own cousin, another Elias Hatfield, but this one went by a different name, Bad Lias. He was everything the old Hatfields were supposed to be, wild, violent, and utterly contemptuous of any law but his own. He drank, he brawled, and he took what he wanted. While Devil Anse was growing old and making calculated deals with the coal barons, Bad Lias was a living, breathing reminder of the clan's lawless past. He was a festering wound, a source of both pride and shame for the family, and his violent exploits kept the old animosities burning bright. The air itself grew thick with gossip. On the porch of the general store, men would speak in low tones about which Hatfield was seen talking to a Baldwin Felts man. Women would whisper over their washboards, speculating on who was behind a mysterious fire that burned a small logging operation. The McCoys and their allies, though quiet, were watching with hungry eyes. They saw the cracks forming in the great Hatfield dynasty and knew that a house divided against itself could not stand. Every fistfight, every land dispute, every drunken threat was fuel for a fire that had never truly been extinguished. This was a world where suspicion was a survival tool. A friendly wave from a man whose grandfather fought for the Union might be a genuine greeting, or it might be a trick to get a better look at the rifle you were carrying. A business deal gone sour wasn't a civil matter. It was a mortal insult that could lead to an ambush on a lonely stretch of road. It was a poison that seeped into the wells, turning neighbor against neighbor and cousin against cousin. The community wasn't healing. It was rotting from the inside out with paranoia and fear. And into this poisonous air, a new rumor began to spread, one more unbelievable than all the others. That Bud Hatfield, the quiet one, the dead shot, was thinking of doing the unthinkable. In the months before Bud Hatfield pinned on his badge, the old folks said the mountains themselves seemed to hold their breath. The air went still and heavy, the way it does before a lightning strike tears the sky open. A hoot owl, that feathered messenger of death, was heard crying in broad daylight near the Hatfield family graveyard. Men hunting deep in the woods came back with stories of feeling unseen eyes on their backs, a cold dread that had nothing to do with the bears or panthers that roamed the hills. The very land seemed to be sending a warning, whispering through the rustling leaves that the old world was dying and its ghost would not go peacefully. The human omen was far less subtle. Strangers began appearing in the hollows, men with clean hands and cold eyes, carrying surveyors' transits and leather briefcases full of contracts. They were the agents of the coal and timber companies, and they moved with a confidence that bordered on arrogance. They spoke of progress and prosperity, but their eyes measured the ancient trees in bored feet and sized up the family homesteads by the tons of coal that lay beneath them. Their presence was a constant, grating reminder that the outside world was no longer content to leave the mountains alone. They were a walking, talking prophecy of a new kind of war, one fought not with rifles over family honor, but with lawyers and hired guns over mineral rights. Bud Hatfield, a man who read the woods better than any book, felt this change in his gut. It was a coiled tightness in the air, a new kind of fear in the eyes of his neighbors. He saw men who had once been proud and defiant, now speaking in hushed tones, worried about losing the very land their grandfathers had bled for. He saw the easy smiles of the company men and recognized the look of a predator sizing up its prey. He felt a deep, chilling premonition that the old Hatfield code of settling their own problems and protecting their own kin was no longer enough. It was a code designed for fighting other mountain men, not for fighting a corporation with limitless money and its own private army. Something terrible was coming, and Bud knew, with the certainty of a hunter sensing a shift in the wind, that he was standing directly in its path. The law in Logan County had become a ghost. It haunted the courthouse, but it held no power in the hollows. The chaos that Bud Hatfield had foreseen was no longer a distant storm. It was a flood. Drunken brawls turned into shootouts in broad daylight. Payrolls for the coal mines were robbed on the open road. Witnesses to crimes would suddenly lose their memory, their silence bought by a quiet threat delivered on their doorstep in the dead of night. The old system of clan justice was crumbling, and the new corporate law of the Baldwin Felts agents was nothing more than organized brutality, serving only the interests of the coal barons. The county was bleeding, and there was no one to stop it. It was in this desperate atmosphere that the county officials made their move. They needed a man who could not be intimidated, who knew the mountains and the mindset of the men who haunted them. They needed a man who was feared more than the outlaws themselves. And so, they came to the one man who fit that description perfectly. They came to Bud Hatfield. The offer was laid on the table, a deputy's badge. It wasn't a job offer, it was a plea. They weren't asking him to be a peacekeeper. They were asking him to be a hunter, a one-man army who could walk into the darkest hollows and drag the violence out into the light. For Bud, this was the moment the world stopped. To accept the badge was to turn his back on everything he had ever known. It was a declaration that the code of the Hatfields, the sacred bond of blood, was no longer his law. He was choosing the law of strangers over the blood of his grandfather. He looked at the chaos around him, at men like his cousin Bad Lears, who were becoming rabid dogs, and at the cold-eyed company thugs who were no better. He saw two paths leading to the same ruin, and in that moment he chose a third. With a steady hand, he reached out and took the small piece of tin. He pinned it to his chest. The word spread through the hollows like a pestilence. A Hatfield was the law. To his family, it was the ultimate betrayal. Whispers of traitor followed him like a shadow. Uncles and cousins who had known him since birth now looked at him with a mixture of fear and contempt. The community was instantly and violently divided. You were either for the old ways or you stood with the kinslayer. There was no middle ground. This was the first drop of blood. It wasn't spilled by a bullet, but by an oath. By pinning on that badge, Bud Hatfield had drawn a line not on a map, but through the heart of his own family. From that moment on, he was no longer just Bud Hatfield. He was Deputy Hatfield. And for men like his cousin, Bad Lears, who saw the badge as a declaration of war, it made him a target. The confrontation was no longer a possibility. It was an inevitability. The confrontation was inevitable, and it happened, as so many things in that country do, by the river. Bud Hatfield and his posse cornered his cousin, Bad Lears, at the ferry landing. The water of the tug fork was slow and brown, the air thick with tension. It wasn't a long standoff. There were no grand speeches. There was only the low, steady voice of Sheriff Hatfield ordering his own blood to surrender, and the wild, defiant laugh of Bad Lears in response. For a moment, the two men stood as living symbols of the two worlds colliding, the old, lawless clan and the new, iron-willed law. What happened next took less time than a single breath, but the silence it created would last forever. There was no Hollywood gunfight, no men diving for cover. There was only a sudden, blurred movement, and then the calm was shattered by a deafening roar that echoed off the water and slammed into the hills. It was followed almost instantly by a second shot, so close to the first they sounded like a single stuttered clap of thunder. The posse froze, their own guns still in their holsters. When the sharp, acrid smell of gun smoke cut through the damp air, Bad Lears was no longer standing. He was on his knees, his head bowed, looking not at his cousin, but down at the wooden planks of the landing. He stayed that way for a single, long second, a statue of defeat. Then, without a sound, he simply pitched forward, his fall making a dull, hollow thud that seemed shockingly loud in the sudden quiet. From across the river, a person would have seen almost nothing. Just two men facing each other, a puff of white smoke quickly stolen by the breeze, and then one man falling. They would not have seen any blood. They would only have seen a dark stain begin to slowly spread across the back of the fallen man's shirt, like a shadow growing in the afternoon sun. The true horror wasn't in the wound, but in the stillness that followed. Bud Hatfield walked forward, his boots making heavy, deliberate sounds on the ferry landing. He stood over the body of his kinsman, his own pistol still smoking in his hand. The pearl handle, they say, felt as cold as a river stone against his palm. He did not speak. He did not offer a prayer. He simply looked down at what the law had required of him. Members of the posse would later whisper that the most terrifying part was the look in Sheriff Hatfield's eyes. It wasn't triumph. It wasn't remorse. It was a chilling, empty calm, the look of a man who had just performed a necessary but terrible piece of work. A Hatfield had killed a Hatfield. In that moment, the old world of clan justice didn't just die. It was executed on a riverbank by one of its own sons. To understand what went through Bud Hatfield's mind on that ferry landing, you must first understand that he likely didn't see himself as a killer. He saw himself as a surgeon. In his cold, calculated view, his cousin, Bad Lias, wasn't a man anymore. He was a disease. He was the living embodiment of the chaos and violence that was strangling the mountains, the very sickness that Bud had sworn an oath to cure. His twisted logic was terrifyingly simple. To save the body, you must cut out the cancer. In that moment, the bond of blood was meaningless. It was an old-world sentiment that had no place in the new order he was trying to build. He wasn't executing his cousin. He was executing a problem. The true transformation didn't happen in the flash of gunfire. It happened in the quiet moment he first pinned the badge to his chest. That act was a silent vow to kill the part of himself that was a Hatfield clansman. He had to consciously sever the ties of blood and tradition that had defined his entire life. To become Sheriff Hatfield, Bud Hatfield, the cousin, had to die. So when Bad Lias made his move, there was no internal struggle. There was no hesitation. The switch had been flipped months ago. He was no longer acting as a man, but as an instrument of the law he had chosen to serve, and instruments do not feel conflict. As he drew his pistol, the world would have narrowed to a single point, the threat in front of him. His years of relentless practice took over, his mind becoming a place of chilling calm. There was no anger, no hatred, not even a flicker of sadness for the boy he once knew. There was only a target, a distance, and a trigger to be pulled. It was the detached, predatory focus of a hunter, but his prey was his own family. He was operating on a level of pure, brutal efficiency that few men could comprehend, let alone achieve. And afterward, standing in the gun smoke over his cousin's body, he would not have felt triumph or relief. He would have felt a profound and chilling emptiness. It was the quiet that comes after a storm has passed, the silence of a void created where something used to be. He had proven his loyalty to the law, but the price was a piece of his own soul. He had become what the county needed him to be, a monster to hunt monsters. But in doing so, he had become a stranger to his own kin, and perhaps even to himself. The legend of the fearless lawman was born in that moment, but so was the ghost of the kinslayer that would haunt him for the rest of his days. The silence that fell on the ferry landing was heavier than a tombstone. Bud Hatfield's posse stood frozen, men who had seen their share of violence now stunned into stillness, not by the death, but by the identity of the killer and the killed. Sheriff Hatfield broke the spell. His voice was flat, devoid of any emotion, as if he were cataloging supplies. He gave orders to secure the body and retrieve his cousin's weapon. He treated the scene with the cold, methodical procedure of a man clearing away a fallen tree from a road. There was no room for grief or hesitation. The law had been served, and now the paperwork had to follow. The body of Bad Lias was brought back to town, laid out on the back of a wagon. That grim procession was the only announcement needed. The news didn't travel by wire. It moved like a ghost, whispered from porch to porch, from one hollow to the next. A Hatfield has killed a Hatfield. The words carried a terrible weight, a sacrilege against the deepest code of the mountains. It was a wound cut into the very soul of the clan, a wound that would fester and poison everything it touched. For the Hatfield family, it was a moment of profound and terrible clarity. The lines were drawn. Doors that had always been open to Bud were now silently, permanently barred. Eyes that once held kinship now held a cold, hard judgment. They did not raise their guns against him, not yet. Their reaction was a silence more menacing than any threat. He was no longer one of them. He was an outsider, a tool of the very government they had fought for generations. He was a kinslayer. In the eyes of his own blood, his badge was not a symbol of honor, but the brand of a traitor. The official reaction was the polar opposite. The county prosecutor reviewed Bud's report, a document as blunt and efficient as the man who wrote it. It was a lawful killing. Bad Lias had resisted arrest. He had drawn his weapon. The men of the posse, shaken but loyal to their sheriff, corroborated the story. The officials who had hired Bud let out a collective sigh of relief. They had unleashed a force of nature, and it was working. He had done the unthinkable, the very thing no one else had the stomach to do. They saw a hero, a man bringing order through righteous, necessary violence. His power was solidified, his legend cemented in the halls of the courthouse. But for Bud, the hunt was just beginning. It was not a hunt for another outlaw, but a lifelong hunt for a peace he would never find. He had made his choice, and now he had to live in the world he had created, a world where he was feared by all and trusted by none. The ashes of his old life were all around him, the family he had forsaken, the traditions he had shattered. He was the law, but he was utterly alone, a solitary figure standing in the chilling silence that follows the final, fatal shot. The killing of Bad Lias split the county like a bolt of lightning hitting a 100-year-old oak. There was no middle ground left, no place for neutrality. Every single person, from the coal baron in his fine house to the farmer scratching a living from a rocky hillside, was forced to choose. The general store became a silent battlefield. A man's loyalty could be judged by who he tipped his hat to and whose gaze he avoided. A woman buying flour would fall silent if a known supporter of the sheriff walked in, the friendly chatter dying as if a cold wind had blown through the room. It was a war fought with averted eyes, tight-lipped smiles, and doors that suddenly wouldn't open. An unspoken conspiracy of silence descended upon the hills. Many knew the official story of the shooting was too clean, too simple. They'd heard whispers of a different tale, that Bad Lias was trying to surrender, that the second shot was unnecessary. But who would dare say so? To speak against Sheriff Hatfield was to invite a visit in the dead of night. People who had once been proud and outspoken now looked at their own children and chose to hold their tongues. Fear was a more effective lawman than Bud Hatfield could ever be, and it kept the community locked in a state of terrified paralysis. The truth, whatever it was buried alive under the weight of that silence. But even in the deepest fear, there were small acts of courage and cowardice that revealed the true heart of the people. A merchant, once a friend of Bad Lias, now made a point to give Sheriff Hatfield a discount, a public display of his newfound allegiance. A preacher, caught between his fear of the lawman and his fear of God, delivered a sermon on the sin of Cain that was so full of careful, veiled language that both sides could claim it as their own. Then there were the quiet acts of defiance. An old woman from a distant branch of the Hatfield family walked 10 miles to lay a single wildflower on Bad Lias's unmarked grave. A miner, his face black with coal dust, was heard to mutter kinslayer as Bud rode past, a single word of rebellion that could have cost him his life. And the McCoys, the old enemies, they said nothing at all. They just watched, their silence one of grim satisfaction as their great rival, the House of Hatfield, began to devour itself from within. The death of Bad Lias was not an end, it was a declaration. With that single act, Sheriff Bud Hatfield had served notice to every outlaw, moonshiner, and hot-blooded brawler in the county. The old ways were over. His posse was no longer made of Hatfield cousins riding to defend the clan's honor. It was a new breed of man. They were young, grim-faced deputies who owed their loyalty not to a family name, but to the paycheck and the terrifying man who signed it. They followed him into the darkest hollows, not out of camaraderie, but out of a deep-seated fear of what he would do to them if they refused. They knew they were not his kin, they were his tools. The hunt for fugitives under Sheriff Hatfield became a new kind of Appalachian horror story. He didn't send his deputies, he led them. And when he went into the mountains, he was no longer a lawman. He was a predator returning to his natural habitat. The very skills the feud had taught him, how to track a man through dense rhododendron thickets, how to read a footprint in a creek bed, how to move through the woods without making a sound, were now turned against the very people who lived by that same code. The mountains that had for generations served as a fortress for the clans, hiding them from the outside world, had now become Bud Hatfield's personal hunting preserve. When a warrant was issued, a chilling game of cat and mouse began. The fugitive would run to the hills, believing himself safe in the familiar terrain. But he wasn't just being chased, he was being stalked. Bud was relentless, a force of nature that did not sleep or tire. Men on the run would tell stories of going days without seeing him, only to find the ashes of a campfire still warm, just 100 yards from where they had slept. They would hear a branch snap in the dead of night and know, with a certainty that chilled their blood, that it wasn't a deer. The psychological toll was immense. They weren't just running from the law, they were running from a ghost who knew every secret trail and every hidden cave. The moment of capture was rarely a chaotic firefight. More often, it was a scene of terrifying quiet. After days of being worn down by exhaustion and paranoia, the cornered man would look up to see Bud Hatfield standing at the edge of his camp, a Colt revolver held loosely at his side. He wouldn't shout or make demands. He would just stand there, his eyes flat and cold, his presence promising a swift and final violence if the wrong choice was made. Faced with that unflinching, predatory stare, most men simply gave up. Hardened killers who had sworn they'd never be taken alive would slowly raise their hands, their will to fight completely broken. They understood in that silent moment that they were not facing a man, but a reckoning. The hunt would end not with a bang, but with the quiet click of handcuffs, a sound that signaled the total and absolute surrender of the old world to the new law of the mountains. The Logan County Courthouse, once a sleepy building of legal debate, transformed under Bud Hatfield's reign. It became a theater of fear. When the sheriff brought a prisoner to trial, the room was packed not with curious onlookers, but with a silent, tense audience of clan members and enemies, all watching each other. Armed deputies, loyal only to Bud, stood at every exit, their presence a constant, unspoken threat. The air was thick with a tension that had nothing to do with legal arguments. It was the ancient tension of the mountains, of blood feuds and violent retribution, now brought indoors and wrapped in the thin veneer of official procedure. The trials themselves became a grim formality. The defendants Bud brought in didn't swagger or boast. They stood before the judge with the hollow-eyed look of a cornered animal that has already accepted its fate. Their real trial hadn't happened in the courtroom. It had occurred days earlier in a dark hollow at the end of a relentless manhunt when they looked up and saw Bud Hatfield emerge from the trees. By the time they reached the courthouse, their spirit was already broken. Their reaction was not one of defiance, but of quiet, defeated submission. Even the sharpest lawyers learned a new set of rules. You did not aggressively cross-examine Sheriff Hatfield. You did not challenge his account of the arrest. To do so was to imply he was a liar, and you could feel the temperature in the room drop when it happened. Witnesses for the prosecution spoke with a newfound clarity, while those for the defense often found their memories grew foggy under the weight of the sheriff's quiet, unblinking stare from the front row. It wasn't jury tampering in the traditional sense, it was an atmosphere of pure, suffocating intimidation. The verdicts, when they came, were swift and almost always the same: guilty. The conviction rate in Logan County skyrocketed. The payroll robberies stopped. The open brawling ceased. On paper, it was a staggering success. The law of men, with its procedures and its juries, was finally working. But a chilling question hung over every conviction, whispered on the courthouse steps after the prisoner had been dragged away in chains. Was this truly justice? Or had Bud Hatfield simply brought the old ways of the mountains inside the courthouse walls? He had not replaced the clan's code with the state's law. He had merged them into something new and terrifying. He used the tools of the state, the badge, the courts, the prisons, to enforce his own absolute, iron-willed version of mountain justice. The mastermind of it all was Bud himself, and he was never on trial. He was the judge, jury, and executioner long before any gavel fell. The people of Logan County had order, but many wondered if they had sacrificed justice to get it. After the trials were over and the jail cells were full, the Hatfield clan did not declare open war on their cousin. They did something far colder, far more final. They simply erased him. He became a ghost in his own family tree, a name spoken only in whispers of contempt. To the world, he was the powerful Sheriff Hatfield, but to the people who shared his blood, he was a dead man walking. The price for his iron-fisted order was a profound and permanent exile. He had brought the law to the mountains, but in the process, he had lost his home. Bud's life became a strange paradox. He was the most powerful man in the county, yet he was also the most alone. He walked the streets of Logan, a solitary king, his throne built on fear, and his kingdom populated by subjects who hated him. The justice he escaped in the courthouse found him in the shadows. Attempts on his life became a regular occurrence. A rifle shot that echoed from a distant ridge, narrowly missing his head. A stick of dynamite found under a bridge he was about to cross. He survived them all, his uncanny instincts and sheer, stubborn meanness keeping death at bay. But it was a life lived on a razor's edge, a constant grinding war of attrition. The mountains themselves seemed to hold a grudge, and every rustling leaf, every snapping twig was a potential threat. He was not a lawman. He was a warden in a prison of his own making. Whether he was truly haunted by the ghost of Bad Lias, as the campfire tales claimed, is a question that lies buried with him. But those who knew him in his later years described a man hollowed out from the inside. The chilling calm he displayed at the ferry landing became his permanent state. The silence around him wasn't just a result of the fear he inspired, it was a reflection of the silence within his own soul. He had made a deal to bring order, but the cost was a lifetime of looking over his shoulder, of seeing his cousin's face in the eyes of every man he arrested, and of knowing that the blood he spilled could never be washed away. This was his true sentence, not a curse from a ghost, but the relentless atonement of a man living with the consequences of an unforgivable choice. As the years passed, and Bud's era of iron rule eventually faded, the community did what communities do after a great trauma. It chose to forget. It was easier to talk about the Hatfield-McCoy feud, a distant, almost romantic conflict, than to speak of the time when a Hatfield hunted Hatfields. The story was too raw, too close, a mirror that showed a reflection of themselves they did not want to see. The tale of Sheriff Bud Hatfield, the kinslayer who brought order, was buried under new roads, new coal mines, and a thick, heavy blanket of willful silence. Today, the name Hatfield is known across the world, often romanticized as a symbol of rugged Appalachian defiance. Tourists flock to see the statue of Devil Anse, the great patriarch, standing proudly in a family cemetery. But there is no statue for Sheriff Bud Hatfield. For his descendants, the inheritance is a far more complicated thing. They carry a name associated not with a legendary feud, but with a kinslaying. It's a legacy of uncomfortable silence, a chapter of the family history that is rarely spoken of, a ghost that still lingers at the edge of family gatherings. The physical traces of his reign are faint, like old scars on the land. The courthouse in Logan may have been replaced by a newer building, but the spot where it stood remains a symbol of his absolute power, a place where the law of men was bent to the will of one man. But the true monument to his legacy is unmarked, and it lies on a quiet stretch of the Tug Fork River. There is no plaque, no cross to mark the spot where Bad Lias fell. It is just an ordinary ferry landing, a place where the slow brown water slips past the banks, holding its secrets close. It is a place of profound and terrible memory, hiding in plain sight. The official records of his arrests and the newspaper articles praising his efficiency still exist, gathering dust in archives. But the true story of Sheriff Hatfield is no longer found in books. It has seeped back into the soil from which it came, becoming a piece of folklore. It lives on in the quiet conversations of old men on their porches, a cautionary tale told to grandsons about the danger of putting a badge before blood and the terrible price of absolute order. The coal mines have scarred the hills, new roads have been paved over the old horse trails, and the world has moved on. The people have forgotten, or perhaps have chosen to forget the specifics of that dark time. But the mountains have not. They were the silent witnesses to it all, to the oath, the hunt, and the final fatal shot on the riverbank. The mountains remember everything. So we return to the question that hung in the air like gun smoke on that fateful day. How does a Hatfield bring himself to kill a Hatfield for a tin star? The simple answer is that he didn't. Bud Hatfield wasn't fighting for the law of the state. He was fighting for his own brutal vision of survival. He saw a world of chaos and blood that was being devoured by an even greater predator, the coal companies and their armies of hired guns. He believed the old ways of the clan were a sentimental weakness, a path to extinction. So he made a terrible choice. He became a monster to save the mountains from other monsters, sacrificing his own family and his own soul in the process. This is a story not just of one complicated man, but of the brutal, heartbreaking bargain Appalachia was forced to make. It's a story about what happens when the forces of the modern world come for a land steeped in tradition, blood, and honor. Bud Hatfield is the personification of that collision. He was the iron will that brought order, but it was the order of the gallows, the peace of the graveyard. His life is a testament to the fact that sometimes the man who claims to be bringing civilization is more savage than the wilderness he is trying to tame. So the next time you hear the name Hatfield and you think of the famous feud, I want you to remember this story. Remember the man who was both a lawman and a kinslayer, a hero and a traitor, a savior and a beast. He was a man forged in the crucible of the mountains, who then used that fire to burn away the very world that created him, leaving behind nothing but the cold ashes of order. And now, my friends, another one of these forgotten stories has been told. I'm standing on a piece of ground that has a story to tell, though you wouldn't know it to look at it now. All that's left is a ghost of a chimney, clawing its way out of a tangle of kudzu and briars, and a few foundation stones sweating in the humidity. This was once the heart of the Lincoln family homestead, here in the deep hollows of Lincoln County, West Virginia. The air feels heavy, weighted down by memory. If you listen close, past the wind in the pines, you can almost hear the echoes of a conflict so brutal it was called a war that poisoned this ground and set neighbor against neighbor, kin against kin. Today, we're going to find out why. We're going to listen to these ruins and understand what happened right here that turned a family's dream into this pile of forgotten stone. Let's wind the clock back 150 years. The year is 1870. The chimney we see today isn't a ruin, it's the heart of a home, breathing a steady plume of wood smoke into the crisp morning air. The house it's attached to is a testament to hard work. 2 stories of hand-hewn poplar logs chinked tight against the mountain cold. The porch is wide, and on it sits the patriarch, Colonel Absalom Lincoln, a man as hard and unyielding as the rock-laced soil he commands. His face is a roadmap of hard-won battles, framed by a graying beard, but it's his left sleeve, neatly pinned to his shoulder, that tells the most important story. It's a constant, silent reminder of what he lost at Gettysburg, and a symbol of the cause he still believes in. From this porch, Absalom doesn't see a wilderness. He sees his kingdom. He sees the bottomland, dark and rich, where his sons are already working the fields with a pair of mules. He hears the rhythmic turn of the water wheel at his grist mill down on the creek, the only one for 10 miles in any direction. His world is one of order, built on the unshakable pillars of family, honor, and the sweat of your brow. The Lincolns are not just a family, they are a clan, the closest thing this part of West Virginia has to aristocracy, and Absalom is their unquestioned leader. They believe the old ways are the best ways, and that a man's worth is measured by the land he holds and the word he keeps. Life here is hard, but it's whole. In the house, the women are already at their chores, the smell of baking bread and boiling coffee mingling with the wood smoke. Children's laughter spills out from the yard. This isn't just a farm. It's the center of a community, a place where people come for justice, for advice, or to have their corn ground. For Absalom Lincoln, this homestead is more than property. It is the physical manifestation of his soul, a legacy he intends to pass down through generations. It is a symbol of survival, a piece of the Old South rebuilt here in the mountains. But a shadow is beginning to creep up the hollows. Strangers have been seen in the hills, men with tripods and measuring chains, men in city clothes who speak with northern accents. They talk of progress, of timber rights and railroad lines. They speak of the black rock that lies in seams beneath the earth and the fortunes that can be made from it. To some, this is the sound of opportunity. To Colonel Lincoln, it sounds like a second invasion, a new kind of threat to the way of life he sacrificed his arm to defend. And he knows who is welcoming these invaders. The McCoy clan, led by Black Elias McCoy. They are new money, men who didn't fight for a cause but profited from the chaos, selling to both sides and getting rich while their neighbors bled. The Lincolns see them as scavengers, men without honor, who would sell the very ground from under their feet for a stack of Yankee dollars. For now, the conflict is a cold silence in the town square, a stiff nod at the crossroads. But on his porch, Absalom Lincoln watches the sun rise over his land, and he knows a storm is coming. He can feel it in the ache of his missing arm. To understand how a family's pride curdles into a generation of hate, you have to look beyond the soil and stone. You have to follow the paper trail, as thin and fragile as it may be. I've spent weeks doing just that, digging through dusty boxes in the archives, and I found something. This is what I believe is the first drop of poison. It's a page from the Lincoln County Ledger, dated November 6, 1872. The paper is brittle, the color of old tobacco, and it smells of time itself. Most of it is what you'd expect: crop prices, an ad for a liver tonic, a notice about a church social. But tucked away in a small column on the back page is a single dry paragraph that announces the results of the county election. It officially declares that Jedediah McCoy, brother of Black Elias, had been elected sheriff of Lincoln County. On the surface, this is just democracy at work. But you have to understand, in a place like this, the sheriff's badge was the keys to the kingdom. He controlled everything: who got arrested, whose land got seized for back taxes, and whose brand of justice was enforced. For as long as anyone could remember, the man wearing that badge had been a Lincoln, or a man loyal to the Lincolns. This small, forgotten news clipping wasn't just reporting a political upset, it was documenting a coup. This was the moment the McCoys seized the levers of power, and for Colonel Absalom Lincoln, it was an intolerable insult. This piece of paper tells us what happened, but the question that haunts this story, the question that led to all the bloodshed, is how. That small newspaper column was the official record, the final word. But the story of how Jedediah McCoy's name got printed there was written not in ink, but in sweat, whiskey, and the cold glint of northern silver dollars. On Election Day in 1872, the air outside the Hamlin courthouse was thick with a tension you could taste. It wasn't the celebratory mood of a civic duty. It was the quiet, watchful stillness of two armies waiting for the other to blink. The Lincolns and their supporters gathered on one side of the dusty square, the McCoys on the other. It was a division as clear as a property line drawn in blood. Colonel Absalom Lincoln stood on the courthouse steps, his one good hand resting on a hickory cane. He expected his cousin to win. It was a matter of tradition, of respect. The Lincolns had always guided the county, and their people, the families who had been here for generations, understood that. He watched the proceedings with a stern but confident eye, acknowledging the deferential nods of his fellow farmers and veterans. To him, this election was merely a reaffirmation of the natural order of things, a way of telling the world that the values of the Old South were still alive in these hills. But then came the strangers. They arrived in wagons, a rough-looking collection of men Absalom had never seen before. They weren't farmers. Their hands weren't calloused from the plow, but from the pickaxe and the sledgehammer. They were the survey crews and clearing gangs hired by the railroad interests that Black Elias McCoy had been courting. They were paid in cash and loyalty to the man who signed their checks. One by one, they cast their ballots, their unfamiliar faces a stark insult to the local men who had bled for this ground. A low murmur rippled through the Lincoln crowd. This wasn't an election, it was an invasion by proxy. When the final tally was read aloud, a moment of stunned silence fell over the square. It was quickly shattered by a triumphant roar from the McCoy side of the crowd. Jedediah McCoy had won by a handful of votes, just about the same number of strangers who had been brought in. Black Elias McCoy stood in the center of the celebration, a thin, knowing smile on his face. He had not won an election, he had purchased an office. Colonel Lincoln descended the steps, his face a mask of cold fury. He walked directly to Elias, the crowd parting before him. Their confrontation was quiet, but more menacing than any shout. "You bought this election," Absalom said, his voice low but carrying like a rifle shot in the winter air. "You bought it with northern money and railroad trash." Elias McCoy didn't flinch. He looked the one-armed colonel square in the eye. "The world is changing, Absalom," he replied, his own voice smooth as oiled steel. "It's a new time. You can either get on the train or get run over by it." In that moment, the lines were drawn. It was no longer about politics. It was about honor, about survival. And both men knew, standing there in the dust, that this conflict would not be settled at the ballot box again. Paper and ink can give you the facts, but they can't give you the feeling. They don't have a soul. To find that, you have to talk to the people who carry the story in their blood. That's what led me here, to a small, neat house perched on a hillside, to sit on a front porch with a woman named Sarah Lincoln Vance. She's 87 years old, the great-granddaughter of Colonel Absalom Lincoln's eldest son. Her hands are gnarled with age, but her eyes are sharp, and her memory is a library of stories that have never been written down. I showed her the newspaper clipping about the election. She looked at it, gave a slow, knowing nod, and handed it back to me. "That was the start of the trouble, all right," she said, her voice a soft mountain drawl. "But it ain't the start of the hate. Politics is one thing. That's about power. The hate started later. It started over a boy defending his father's honor. According to the story Sarah's grandmother told her, a few months after the election, there was a church social. It was one of those rare times when the whole county came together, a fragile truce under the eyes of God. But the McCoy victory had made their young men bold, arrogant. One of Elias McCoy's nephews, a boy barely 20, had too much corn liquor and decided to make a show of his family's new standing. He saw Colonel Lincoln standing by himself and said, loud enough for a dozen people to hear, "Looks like the colonel left his voting arm at Gettysburg along with his sense." The insult hung in the air, a stunning act of disrespect. The colonel, a man of immense pride and control, simply turned his back and walked away. But his youngest son, Daniel, who was only 16, saw it all. His face went white with rage. Sarah told me that her grandmother said Daniel was the apple of the colonel's eye, a boy with his father's fire and his mother's kindness. To see his father, a war hero, humiliated like that by a McCoy pup, it was more than he could bear. That, Sarah explained, is the real story behind the first death. The official record, the one whispered in the courthouse, was that Daniel Lincoln got into a dispute with that same McCoy boy over a property line a few days later. But the Lincoln family has always known the truth. Daniel didn't go to that hollow to argue over a few feet of dirt. He went there to demand an apology for his father. The property line was just the place where a boy's pride finally caught up with him. The election gave the McCoys the power, but it was that cruel joke that provided the spark. And that spark was about to ignite the whole damn county. The insult at the church social was a hot coal in Daniel Lincoln's gut. For days, it smoldered. He was only 16, but he had his father's unbending pride. He saw the way the other men looked at the colonel now with a hint of pity. He heard the whispers, and he saw the shame in his father's eyes, a look that cut the boy deeper than any knife. While the older men of the family spoke in hushed tones of political strategy and legal challenges, Daniel was consumed by a simpler, more primal code. An insult to his father's honor was an insult to the entire Lincoln name, and it had to be answered. He wasn't thinking of war or consequences. He was thinking like a son. He found Caleb McCoy, the boy who'd made the joke, working a stand of timber in a narrow hollow where their property lines blurred. It was a lonely place, the sound of the axe echoing off the steep hillsides, the air thick with the smell of pine sap. Daniel didn't come with a rifle leveled. He came on foot, his hands empty, his heart hammering against his ribs. "I want you to apologize to my father," Daniel said, his voice shaking but firm. Caleb McCoy, flush with the arrogance of his family's recent victory, just laughed. He leaned on his axe handle, a smirk on his face. "Your daddy's a cripple and his time is past," Caleb sneered. "Just like the rest of you Lincolns. Now get off my land before I run you off." He spat a wad of tobacco juice near Daniel's feet. That was the final spark. Daniel lunged, his fists clumsy but flying with all the pent-up rage of a wronged son. Caleb, bigger and a few years older, was taken by surprise but quickly recovered. The two boys tumbled to the ground, trading blows in the dirt and mud, a desperate, graceless fight fueled by generations of growing animosity. It wasn't a duel, it was a brawl. They rolled over roots and rocks, their grunts and curses swallowed by the vast indifference of the woods. The struggle carried them to the edge of a steep, rocky ravine that cut through the hollow. Caleb had Daniel pinned, his knuckles bloodying the boy's face. Daniel, in a surge of desperate strength, bucked and twisted, trying to throw him off. For a split second, their weight shifted. Caleb's boot slipped on a patch of wet moss. His eyes widened, his smirk replaced by a flash of genuine terror. He scrabbled for a handhold, but there was nothing but air. With a cry that was cut short by the sickening crack of a branch, he disappeared over the edge. Silence. A profound, ringing silence broken only by the gurgle of the creek below and Daniel's own ragged breaths. He crawled to the edge and looked down. Caleb McCoy lay twisted on the rocks below, his body unnaturally still. The fight was over. A 16-year-old boy, defending his father's honor, had just committed the first act of war. He scrambled back from the edge, a wave of cold horror washing over him, and he ran. He ran not as a victor, but as a terrified child who had just opened the gates of hell. When Caleb's body was found, the McCoys screamed for blood. Sheriff Jedediah McCoy declared it murder and swore to hang the Lincoln boy responsible. But Colonel Absalom Lincoln, seeing the terror in his own son's eyes, made a decision. He would not give his child to a McCoy sheriff and a McCoy mob. He gathered his clan, and at the funeral for the young Lincoln boy, because that is what the official story now became, a tragic hunting fall, he stood over the simple pine coffin and made his vow. "The law of this county is a tool for our enemies," he declared, his voice like iron. "From this day forward, we will be our own law, an eye for an eye, a life for a life." The point of no return had been crossed. The time for words was over. After a death like that, vengeance doesn't wait long in these mountains. It just waits for the right time and the right place. That place is here. I'm standing beside the Guyandotte River at a sharp, angry turn in the road that locals have called Devil's Elbow for as long as anyone can remember. Today, it's peaceful. The water rushes over the rocks and the sun filters down through a thick canopy of leaves. It's a beautiful, forgotten corner of the county. But if you know where to look, the scars are still here. This wide gravel shoulder I'm standing on isn't the original road. The old wagon trace ran closer to the water, right along the base of this sheer rock wall. And up there, about 50 feet above me, is a high wooded ridge that looks down on this entire bend. It's a perfect natural ambush point, a kill box designed by God himself. The sandstone up there is still pockmarked, weathered by a century of rain and ice, but you can still make them out. Dark little circles against the grey rock, each one a silent testament to the chaos that was unleashed right where I'm standing. This is where the Lincolns delivered their answer to the death of young Daniel. It wasn't a back-alley knife fight. It was a calculated military-style operation, planned and led by a man who had learned the art of war on the bloodiest battlefields in the nation. You have to imagine it. A slow-moving wagon, heavy with the payroll for a McCoy timber crew, rumbling down that narrow trace. The men inside, feeling safe, probably not even thinking of trouble. They never saw the shadows moving in the laurel up on that ridge. They only heard the sound of Colonel Lincoln's justice speaking all at once. The McCoy payroll wagon creaked its way along the river trace, moving at the slow, steady pace of the mules that pulled it. Inside, 3 McCoy kinsmen were relaxed, their rifles leaning against the wagon bed. The money, a heavy lockbox full of silver dollars, was a comforting weight between them. It was a warm afternoon in 1875. The air was sweet, and the only sounds were the jingle of the harness, the rumble of the wheels, and the endless rush of the Guyandotte. As they rounded Devil's Elbow, the high rock wall threw the road into deep shadow, offering a brief respite from the sun. It was the last moment of peace any of them would ever know. The first shot was not a warning. It was a declaration. A single sharp crack echoed from the ridge above, and the lead mule went down as if struck by lightning, its collapse throwing the entire wagon into a groaning, tangled halt. Before the McCoy men could even register what had happened, the ridge exploded in a volley of synchronized fire. It was not the scattered shooting of a brawl, it was the disciplined, concentrated fire of soldiers. The sound was a physical blow, a deafening wall of noise that hammered the wagon from above. The wooden sideboards of the wagon splintered instantly, peppered with a dozen heavy-caliber impacts. The air filled with the smell of gunpowder and hot lead. The man holding the reins was thrown backward from his seat, the leather straps falling from his hands. A second man, who had been scrambling for his rifle, suddenly slumped forward over the lockbox, his own weapon clattering, unfired, to the floorboards. The third and final man managed to raise his pistol and fire a single wild shot toward the trees before he too was silenced, collapsing in a heap beside his comrades. Then, as suddenly as it began, an absolute silence fell over the bend in the road. It was a heavy, profound quiet, broken only by the panicked breathing of the remaining mule and the ceaseless murmur of the river. From the dense laurel on the ridge, a line of figures emerged, moving with quiet purpose down the steep incline. They were led by Colonel Absalom Lincoln. His face was grim, his eyes cold and methodical. He was not a man consumed by rage. He was a commander inspecting a battlefield after a successful engagement. He walked to the wagon and looked upon the scene of instant, overwhelming destruction. His men watched him, waiting for a command. Absalom surveyed the interior of the wagon, his gaze falling upon the untouched lockbox full of silver. He made no move toward it. This was not about money. This was about payment of a different kind. Reaching into his own pocket, he pulled out a single spent rifle cartridge, a 56 Spencer, the signature of his old cavalry unit, and placed it deliberately on the driver's seat. It was a message, a signature left in brass and smoke. He turned without another word and led his men back into the woods, vanishing as quickly as they had appeared, leaving behind a monument of splintered wood and terrible silence. The war had begun in earnest. After the smoke clears and the bodies are carried away, the machinery of the law, however rusty and biased, has to turn. And this is what it produces. This is the official coroner's inquest, filed in the Lincoln County Courthouse just 2 days after the ambush at Devil's Elbow. The handwriting is a spidery, formal script on paper that has gone thin and brown with age, but the words themselves are cold, hard, and clipped. They are the official story, the version of events that was meant to be preserved for history. I'll read you the key passage. It says, "The deceased, identified as Silas McCoy, John R. McCoy, and Peter Vance, did come to their deaths by means of multiple gunshot wounds. Evidence suggests the attack was carried out from the high ridge overlooking the road. The company payroll box, containing approximately $200, was found undisturbed. The perpetrators are, at this time, unknown. Perpetrators unknown. In a county this small, where every family knows every other family's business, that phrase is a lie. A necessary, legal lie, perhaps, but a lie nonetheless. The whole county knew who had the skill to organize an attack like that. The whole county knew who owned Spencer repeating rifles. And the whole county knew who had a fresh grudge and a score to settle. This document, in its sterile official language, scrubs the passion from the event. It doesn't mention the insult at the church social or the death of a 16-year-old boy. It reduces Colonel Lincoln's methodical act of vengeance to a simple, anonymous triple homicide. But this dry, passionless report was more than just a historical record. For Sheriff Jedediah McCoy, it was a weapon. It was the legal justification he'd been waiting for. It transformed a family feud into a matter of state law. Armed with this piece of paper, he could deputize his kinsmen, raise a posse, and legally ride out to the Lincoln homestead, not as an avenging McCoy, but as the High Sheriff of Lincoln County, serving a warrant and hunting down fugitives. The law had officially chosen a side. Sheriff Jedediah McCoy didn't waste a moment. That coroner's report was the only authority he needed, a piece of tin and paper that gave his vengeance the color of law. He deputized a dozen men that very day. This was no impartial posse of civic-minded citizens. It was a swarm of angry hornets. Every man was a McCoy by blood or by payroll, their faces hard, their eyes alight with a hunger for retribution. They rode out from Hamlin not as peacekeepers, but as an army, with Sheriff McCoy at their head, the warrants for Absalom Lincoln's sons tucked safely in his coat pocket. Their destination was the Lincoln homestead. They thundered up the hollow, a column of armed horsemen that was a clear and brutal message. This was not an attempt at a quiet arrest. It was a show of force meant to intimidate and to break the will of the Lincoln clan. But when they arrived, they found not a terrified family, but a fortress. The heavy shutters were barred on the windows, the porch was empty, and the long barrels of several rifles poked from carefully cut loopholes in the log walls. Colonel Absalom Lincoln himself stepped out onto the porch, his Spencer rifle held ready in his one good hand. Sheriff McCoy held up the warrants. "Absalom, I'm here for your boys by the authority of Lincoln County." The colonel's reply was as cold and sharp as a winter wind. "Your authority ends where my property begins, Jedediah. Your piece of paper means nothing here. Now turn your riders around before I am forced to defend my home." For a long, tense moment, the two sides faced each other in absolute silence. Then, a nervous McCoy deputy shifted his weight, his horse stamped, and a rifleman inside the Lincoln house took it as a threat. A single shot cracked the stillness, kicking up dirt just in front of McCoy's horse. That was all it took. The posse unleashed a ragged volley of fire at the house, which was answered by the disciplined, withering fire of the defenders. McCoy's men were exposed, out in the open, and after several minutes of taking the worst of the exchange, they were forced into a humiliating retreat back down the hollow. Furious and thwarted, Jedediah and Elias McCoy devised a new strategy. If they couldn't take the Lincoln fort, they would seize the counties. They rode their posse back into Hamlin, but they didn't disperse. Instead, they dismounted and, in a shocking act of insurrection, stormed the county courthouse. They threw out the Lincoln-appointed clerk and barricaded the doors. From the windows of the very building meant to dispense justice, McCoy riflemen now aimed their weapons out at the town square. There was no trial. There was no capture. The verdict was delivered by Jedediah McCoy himself, who hung a hand-painted sign from the courthouse balcony. By order of the sheriff, martial law is in effect. All sympathizers of the Lincoln clan will be deemed outlaws. The pursuit of the law had ended with the law itself being taken hostage. Lincoln County now had two armed camps, two governments. The Lincolns, barricaded in their home, and the McCoys, ruling from a stolen courthouse. The town of Hamlin became a no-man's land where the slightest movement could draw a sniper's bullet, and the promise of a full-scale battle hung over the valley like a storm cloud waiting to break. Every war, no matter how large or small, ends in the same place, a quiet plot of ground under a silent sky. I'm here now, in the old Hamlin Cemetery, a place where the stones lean like tired old men, and the stories they tell are slowly being erased by wind and rain. The grass is high, and the only sound is the drone of cicadas in the ancient oaks. I came here to find the final chapters of the two men who started it all, to see where their ambition and their bitterness finally led them. It wasn't hard to find Colonel Absalom Lincoln. His grave is on a small rise overlooking the valley. It's a simple, dignified stone of grey granite, the kind a soldier would choose. The inscription is clear and deep: Colonel Absalom Lincoln, CSA, beloved father and husband. A small, sun-bleached Confederate flag is planted in the earth beside it, a sign that even after all these years, someone still comes here to remember the man and the cause he fought for. His legacy, at least to his own family, is one of honor. Finding Black Elias McCoy was a different story. His grave is tucked away in a low-lying corner of the cemetery, where the water gathers and the weeds grow thickest. His headstone was clearly once more expensive than the colonel's, a tall, ornate piece of marble, but time has been cruel to it. It's tilted badly, stained dark green with moss, and a thick vein of ivy is slowly choking the inscription. I had to pull it away to even read the name. Here lies the man who wanted to drag the county into the modern age, the man who dealt in railroads and northern money, yet his final resting place is forgotten, sinking back into the earth. And here is the final bitter irony of the Lincoln County War. They lie just 100 yards apart now. The proud colonel and the ambitious McCoy, enemies who set the hills on fire with their hatred, are now silent neighbors for eternity. They fought for control of a whole county, for timber rights and political power, and in the end, this is all they hold: a 6-foot plot of dirt. Their war of sieges and snipers didn't last forever. It had to end. And standing here between their graves, the question becomes unavoidable. What was the final act that brought these two powerful men to this quiet, humble end? The journey from the courthouse siege to those two lonely graves was not a short one. It was a slow, grinding descent into a hell of their own making. The standoff was eventually broken by a traveling circuit judge, a brave man named Theron Parsons, who rode into Hamlin flanked by federal marshals. He brokered a fragile truce, a peace as thin as January ice, forcing the McCoys to relinquish the courthouse and the Lincolns to lay down their arms under the threat of state intervention. For a few tense months, an uneasy quiet settled over the county, but the hate was still there, simmering just beneath the surface. That fragile peace was shattered by a single rifle shot in the summer of 1878. Judge Parsons, seen as sympathetic to the Lincolns, was sitting on the porch of his boarding house when a bullet from the shadows found him. The assassination was a message. There was no room for impartial law in Lincoln County. The truce was over. The act was so brazen, so final, that it pushed both sides past the point of no return. The rules of engagement, if there ever were any, were burned along with the judge's body on the funeral pyre. The conflict then devolved into a new, more ruinous kind of warfare: economic destruction. One moonless night, McCoy riders swept through the Lincoln holdings, their torches finding the grist mill and the barns full of the year's harvest. The orange glow against the night sky was visible for miles, a signal that the McCoys were no longer just trying to win, but to erase the Lincolns from the land entirely. The retaliation was swift and terrible. The Lincolns, led by Absalom's remaining sons, no longer targeted barns. They targeted homes, setting fire to the McCoy homesteads and driving women and children out into the cold. It was a war of total annihilation, where the goal was to leave the enemy with nothing but ashes. This was the war that finally broke both clans. Black Elias McCoy, for all his cunning, found his fortune turning to ash in his hands. He had spent everything on hired guns, legal fees and bribes, and with his timber operations constantly under threat, his northern business partners abandoned him. He died a few years later, not from a bullet, but a broken man. His dreams of a McCoy dynasty ruined, leaving little behind but debts and a legacy of hate. Colonel Absalom Lincoln met a more direct, but no less tragic, end. In the spring of 1880, believing the worst of the fighting was over, he was out plowing his field, trying to bring life back to the soil that had soaked up so much blood. The man who had survived Gettysburg, who had fortified his home against a sheriff's army, was shot in the back by an unknown assassin from the tree line. He died with his hand on the plow. With the patriarchs of both families gone, the war simply ran out of fuel. The long shadow it cast, however, would stretch for generations, a darkness that fell not just on the families who fought, but on the very soul of the county itself. You might think that after 150 years, the dust would have settled, and the story of the Lincoln County War would be just that, a story. But you'd be wrong. The shooting may have stopped in 1880, but the war of words, the war of whispers and memory, never truly ended. It's still being fought today, in quiet conversations on front porches and at family reunions. The truth of what happened depends entirely on who you ask, because in Lincoln County, history isn't a single solid thing. It's a fractured mirror, and every family holds a piece. To this day, if you find someone with the last name Lincoln, they will tell you a story of heroes and villains. In their version, Colonel Absalom Lincoln was a tragic patriarch, a man of unshakable honor, who was forced to defend his family and his way of life against a tide of corruption. The McCoys were nothing but greedy upstarts, puppets for northern industrialists who stole an election and used a tainted badge to wage a campaign of terror. The ambush at Devil's Elbow wasn't murder, it was justice. Fortifying their home wasn't insurrection, it was a desperate act of self-preservation. Absalom Lincoln, they'll tell you, died a martyr for the old ways. But go down the road a few miles to a hollow where the McCoy name is still common, and you will hear a very different tale. They'll tell you Black Elias McCoy was a visionary, a man of progress who saw a future for Lincoln County beyond subsistence farming and isolation. He was trying to bring jobs, money, and the railroad into these hills, but he was blocked at every turn by the Lincolns, a violent, stubborn clan who couldn't accept that the world had changed. In their story, the Lincolns were the aggressors, murderers who killed a boy over a petty squabble and ambushed honest men on a public road. Jedediah McCoy wasn't a crooked sheriff. He was a brave lawman trying to bring killers to justice in the face of an armed rebellion. So who was the hero and who was the villain? The truth, as it so often does in these mountains, probably lives somewhere in the grey shadows between those two stories. Most of the other old families in the county, the ones who weren't Lincolns or McCoys, have their own version. They'll tell you it was a pointless feud between two proud, power-hungry clans that tore the county apart, bled it dry, and left it weak and vulnerable. They see both Absalom and Elias not as heroes or villains, but as two stubborn old fools who, in their fight over who would rule the county, ended up destroying it for everyone, paving the way for the real conquerors, the coal and timber companies who bought up the land for pennies on the dollar from the widows and orphans left behind. When a story is carved into a place with this much blood and sorrow, the facts themselves often become too heavy to carry. Over the generations, the sharp, painful edges of history get worn smooth and the story transforms. It stops being a dry account of an election and an ambush, and it becomes something else entirely, a legend. The Lincoln County War didn't just leave scars on the landscape. It left ghosts in the minds of the people, specters that still walk the high ridges and whisper in the deep hollows. The most enduring of these is the tale of the phantom rider of Hart's Creek. Even now, some old-timers will tell you that if you're out on the ridges at dusk, you might see him, a lone figure on a pale horse silhouetted against the dying light. He never gets close, never makes a sound. He just watches. During the war, men from both sides claim to have seen him right before a killing, a silent omen of the violence to come. Some say he's the ghost of a soldier, eternally watching his home tear itself apart. Others believe he is death himself, drawn to these hills by the sheer volume of hate. The historical fact of the ambushes and killings has been given a supernatural guardian, a way for the people to personify the sense of doom that hung over the county. This is how the community processed the trauma. The raw greed of Black Elias McCoy was too mundane, so it was transformed into a legend of a devil's bargain, a story that he sold the souls of his kinsmen to a dark-suited stranger in exchange for power. The cold-blooded tactics of Colonel Lincoln were easier to understand if you believed he was acting under a curse laid on the land by a crooked surveyor. The facts of the war became the bones, but folklore, ghost stories, and cautionary tales grew over them like flesh. It's the final stage in a story's life, the moment history dissolves and a legend is born to carry the emotional truth of what was lost. And so we find ourselves back where we started, here at the lonely chimney, standing sentinel over the ghost of the Lincoln homestead. When we first stood here, this was just a pile of stones, a forgotten ruin in a tangle of weeds. But it's not just a ruin anymore, is it? Now we see it for what it is. It's a monument. It's a testament to the pride of a one-armed colonel, to the fury of a son defending his father's honor, and to the terrible final silence that fell when the war was over. These stones are heavy with the weight of that story, a story of how a home can become a fortress, and how a fortress can become a tomb. We have walked a long and bloody road today, from a dusty newspaper archive to a quiet front porch, where memories are still kept alive. We stood at Devil's Elbow, where justice was delivered from the barrel of a rifle, and we walked between the graves of two old enemies who are now neighbors in the silent earth. We have seen how a political squabble, fueled by a simple, cruel insult, could ignite a fire that would consume two families and poison a county for 100 years. The ultimate tragedy of the Lincoln County War is that in the end, nobody won. The Lincolns and the McCoys fought over who would control the future of these hills, and they fought with such ferocity that they destroyed each other. Their war left a vacuum, a void of power and leadership that was quickly filled by the very outsiders they both, in their own ways, distrusted. The coal and timber barons swept in, and the true conquest of Lincoln County began, not with a gunshot, but with the stroke of a pen on a deed. So the next time you pass a forgotten ruin on a lonely road, remember that it's not just a pile of stones. It's a library filled with stories of love, loss, and the choices that define us. The people are gone, the houses are gone, but the story remains.